2024 Dodge County Fair Livestock Show. We're going to get started right now with our breeding stock for the junior show. We're going to get started with our registered calves, please. In the ring first, we'll have our junior bull calf, exhibited by Melinda Murfeld.
If Jocelyn's next, I want to see her for Don, for Don and Candy's behalf.
Absolutely. What's that? You'll automatically be the champion bull.
As we get into our breeding show here today, a single entry bull calf with one that's got a world of quality. This one's big backed and big pinned. Stout when you get behind him, can get out and move on a really soft foot. If I was going to change this bull calf at all, I'd just like to stouten him up in his heart cavity, but one that's good in the center part of his body and plenty stout behind. I think that heart cavity will come with time and maturity. Really, really high quality bull calf to start the show today. Congratulations.
Congratulations to the winner of our junior bull calf, exhibited by Melinda Murfeld. This will also be the champion bull of the registered class, so congratulations. Up next, we have a registered junior heifer calf, being exhibited by Jocelyn.
Another single entry here, but footed type of female. They have some look and build. One that I'd like to soften up in the center part of her body and clean her up in that navel. Maybe square her up, just hooks to pins. The one that's very functional and practical on the move. Young lady, congratulations.
Congratulations to Jocelyn Edmonds, earning a blue ribbon in the junior heifer calf class. Coming in the ring now for senior heifer calf class, Alex Lukey. Again, I'd like to draw everybody's attention to the north end of the Farm Progress Arena. On the outside, there's a picture board that is being sponsored by AC Agronomy and Whiffle Seeds. Please take advantage of the opportunity to have your animals and children's photos taken there.
Another high quality single entry one here, one that has a super good maternal look to her. She's built really, really high out of the top of her shoulders and how that neck ties into her blade. One that's very, very soggy and maternal looking in the center portion of her body. She's sound moving and good structured as she gets out and goes. Maybe just doesn't have the bells and whistles that we look for in some of our show cattle, but one that's real world and functional, so congratulations.
Congratulations to the blue ribbon winner of the senior heifer calf, exhibited by Alex Lukey. Coming in the ring at this time, we have our summer yearling heifers. Again, we're looking for our summer yearling heifers to be Charlie Kircher and Faith Wheatman. Drew Benninger, if you could please get your junior yearling heifer to the entrance of the Farm Progress Arena, we'd appreciate it. As our judge is making his way through this class, we'd like to welcome Chad Morrissey to the Dodge County Fair. Let's give him a round of applause. Chad hails from Darlington, Wisconsin. He manages Good Wine Angus in Francisville, Indiana, where they specialize in performance Angus, and he's a graduate of UW-Platteville. Let's give one more big Dodge County welcome to our judge today, Chad Morrissey.
When we get into these older divisions, I guess a lot of times you'll travel and you're going to shows, you'll find judges that are set more on a maternal base, or one that likes a little bit more style and extras to them. I'm one that'll sort through that, I guess, and kind of judge a little bit more quality on how they match up to their breed and what the exhibitor's goals might be. So with that in consideration, there's a little bit more give and take on this class. One that definitely has much more of a maternal look to her and functionality, one that's got the bells and whistles. So in my mind right now, that's what I'm sorting, is just going through and trying to decide as how they fit into the industry and whatever direction that junior might want to take them. So I'll give them one more look and get you a first and second.
Congratulations, our blue ribbon winner in the summer yearling heifer class was exhibited by Charlie Kirscher. The second was exhibited by Faith Weekman. Entering the ring at this time, we have our junior yearling heifers. Drew Benneker, again, we are waiting for you at the entrance of the Farm Progress Arena. Drew Benneker.
A really nice class of heifers from top to bottom here. I'm going to start with the Shorthorn influenced heifer here to win the class. She's just the one that has the most bells and whistles today. She's good in her structure, good in the center part of her body. She's up-headed and good-necked. If I was going to change her when she gets on the standstill, she wants to break apart in her top just before her hooks and pins, and I'd like to see her just a little bit better there. But a high-quality heifer here to start the class. The black heifer that comes in second, that was the challenge of the class for me. When she first came in, I thought maybe that's where I'd start the class today. She's just super maternal looking, really cow-bellied and good structured. She's just a little bit, wearing a little bit plainer coat today of hair, so that makes her just a little bit tougher to look at and makes her a little bit coarser on how she's made in her shoulder today and how she ties that head and neck into her blade. But a very good, high-quality, practical heifer here that comes in second. The young man's heifer that comes out here in third, just one I'd like to stouten up. From the profile, she looks real good. I think she'd like to just neaten her up in her navel just a touch. When you get behind that heifer, that's where she disappoints you. I'd just like to see a little bit more product there, and a little bit more mass from her when you're standing behind her. The Shorthorn heifer here that comes in fourth, I commend that young man for sticking with her today as she's just feeling her oats today a little bit. But a heifer that when you break it down, the basics, one that's sound at the ground, good in the center part of her body, and has a nice maternal, clean, and good look to her there. So congratulations, young man, for hanging in there. The long-bodied, semi-influenced heifer here that comes in next, I do appreciate that about her, and this heifer is super long. With that length, though, it becomes a little bit more of a struggle to carry that maternal swoop to your belly, but an up-headed, good-looking heifer there that comes in next. The heifer that follows her, another one here, just kind of a little bit more moderate and kind, and I'd sure like to clean up that undercarriage in her and neaten her up in that navel just to give her a little bit more of a maternal look. But one that's good looking from the side and is up-headed and good-necked, just needs to be neatened up a little bit. A pair of heifers that round out the class, just not enough bells and whistles for the show ring today, but good practical cattle that'll go on and make fine projects for the exhibitors. Congratulations.
Congratulations to the winners of our junior yearling heifer class. Winning the class in first blue was Faith Weekman. Second blue was exhibited by Walter Lukey. Third blue was exhibited by Cashin Atkins. Our first red was exhibited by J.J. Murfeld. Our second red, Jake Hodge. Our third red, Alex Lukey. Our first white was exhibited by Callie Zupke. And our second white was exhibited by Abby Streeter. Coming in the ring at this time, we have our senior yearling heifer.
A super high quality single entry here, one that can definitely stand some more competition. This one's very bold in her rib shape and really massive behind the shoulder. Yet she's still feminine and up-headed, good bone, good footed, moves well. Congratulations on an outstanding single entry.
Congratulations to our blue ribbon winner of the senior yearling heifer class, Caleb Weekman. Again, if you can hear us in the barns, if there's any challenges with volume or anything like that, please come down to the Farm Progress Arena and let us know that. Coming into the ring at this time, we have our cow-calf pairs. We'd like to thank our ringmen that are helping in the ring this morning. We have Jeremiah Christensen, Jesse Christensen, Casey Lenz, and Evan Paul. Let's give them a big round of applause for their assistance in the ring today.
I'm going to use the Angus Influence pair to win the class today, and I think the cows is what sorts it here for me, but the calves are sure making it difficult because I think the calf in the Shorthorn Influence pair that comes in second is a very, very high-quality calf, and I sure do appreciate that. But just functionality, getting back to the basics, I think that's where this pair sorts to win the class. She's raising herself a nice bull calf. She's a good uddered female, just very practical. I'd like to change her how she gets up on her top when she moves, but a good uddered, practical female to start the class. The challenge of the classes here is this pair that comes in second. Like I spoke on the calf, I think that calf's very high quality, and there's some genetic progression there. Where I get nitpicky is on the cow and how she likes to just get outside of herself on her structure and how she uses her back hock on the move. And I'd like to change her teat quality a little bit and make her a little bit nicer there. But I do commend her on raising a very, very good-looking calf. To round out the class, just one that a pair that's just a little bit more practical, not enough bells and whistles to get up and compete with that two-top pair today. And congratulations on a nice cow-calf show.
Congratulations to the winners of our cow-calf pair class. Earning a first blue was Caden Atkins, a second blue was Piper Murfeld, and our first red was Jocelyn Edmonds. Coming into the ring now is our cow class. Immediately following this cow class, we're going to our champion overall registered beef female. So let's make sure that we have those animals that are ready to come into the ring.
As we bring our cows back in the ring here, I think we'll leave them the same way. The young man with the black cow, she'll go ahead and win this class. And like I just spoke her in the class, a good uddered, functional type of cow that has just a lot more product than the cow that comes in second, and that's what I appreciate her today. But yet, the lady comes in second, just a functional, practical, good udder type of female. I just like to change her on stature and size a little bit more, probably another frame score to get out there and just make more product in the real world. But nice cow pair there.
Congratulations. The winner of our cow class was exhibited by Caden Atkins, second blue by Jocelyn Edmonds. At this time, we'll be bringing in the winners of our registered beef female classes for the naming of our champion overall registered beef female.
As we get a lineup of class winners out here, and then this is just the registered division is how I understand it, and there'll be some commercials coming next, so we'll save that speech for the end. But really, really high quality papered show today, types and kinds. Frames wise, I think we're a little bit kind of all over the place here today, but basically what we're looking for is a sound, maternal looking female that can go out and make profit for the owner, but yet still have the extras and some bells and whistles and maybe set you over that commercial hump. So let me evaluate these females one more time, and I'll get you a grand and a reserve to follow.
Congratulations, our champion overall registered beef female was exhibited by Caleb Weekman, and our reserve champion registered beef female was exhibited by Faith Weekman. Congratulations. At this time, we'll be moving into the commercial side of the show. So our first class will be our junior heifer calf class of the commercial show. again, this is a reminder. Something new this year is we have the picture board on the outside of the north end of the Farm Progress Arena. This year is being sponsored by AC Agronomy and Wiffle Seeds, so please take advantage of that and get those photos taken.
Nice class of heifers here to start the show. I'm going to go ahead and use the Smoky Baldy here to start the class with. She's just the most practical, probably further along in her condition than some of these calves out here today, but one that's doing it well. She's massive over the top. She's good behind her shoulder. I would like to clean her up in her throat latch a little bit, but she is extended in that front 1/3. So that way she kind of excels and helps recorrect herself there. But a good structured, practical, stout heifer to start the division. The young calf here that kind of fought the halter today does give you a very good look, and I think that one's got a bright future ahead of her. She's very neat made and cool to look at, and has very correct lines. So I think one as a project on down the way, I think that one will be really nice and competitive. The darker red heifer here that comes in next, she follows the class winner in type and kind, just stout back, stout made. I would like to soften her up in the center part of her body and clean her up in her throat latch. Stout made, practical type of heifer. The vanilla heifer that comes in next, good frame size, lots of performance here. I just think she needs a little bit more condition for her age today, and I'd just like to tone her down in some of her features. The white baldy heifer here that comes in next, just plainer made. I'd like to see her just a little bit neater neck, but a long-bodied, good-topped heifer that can structurally get out and go. And a pair of heifer calves that round out today, just a little plainer made and need some more time on feed to get up and compete in the class today. Congratulations.
Congratulations to the winner of our junior heifer calf class of the commercials. First blue was exhibited by Samantha Zupke. Second blue was exhibited by Rosemary Britzbrecker. Third blue was exhibited by Adeline Reed. First red was exhibited by Autumn Rennock. Second red exhibited by Cassandra Fick. Third red exhibited by Adrian Lewick. And our first white by Autumn Lewick. Coming into the ring at this time is our senior heifer calf class. I will let you introduce.
Use this one? Oh gosh. Well, good morning, everyone. I'm your 2024 Dodge County Fairgrounds of the Fair, Michelle Stangler. It is so encouraging to see so many youth involved in the beef project as it grows and continues to expand. That's not like it in every county, so we're so special to have a lot of great youth right here in Dodge County. Don't forget to come to the mean animal auction happening tomorrow night, Thursday, right here in this Farm Progress Arena, and continue to support our youth. If you're looking for something here tonight, there's the Badger State Truck and and tractor pulls starting at 7 p.m. in the grandstands. Of course, if you're looking for a bite to eat, we have the co-op building, grilled cheese, hamburger, cheeseburger. Across the grounds, you can find all that, some chicken tenders, and now I'm looking forward to that. But thank you so much for being here. Before we get into placings, I want to hear, raise your hand if you are here as a supporter, a friend, or a family member of anyone that's been in the ring here today. Raise your hand. Raise your hand. Wow. Thank you for being here and supporting our youth. We really do appreciate the fair wouldn't be like it without the youth. So again, thank you for being here. Follow along Dodge County Fairgrounds to the fair on Facebook and Instagram. And again, thanks for being here and hope to see you here later tonight.
Thank you. Good job. Congratulations.
A nice pair of heifers here, and we'll go ahead and use the black heifer here to win the class. She's acting up a little bit right now, but when you get just down to basics, she's a better structure heifer, and that's where she wins the class. When you ask the white heifer to get out and go, she gets just a little bit more elevated in her shoulder blade and gets a little steeper on how she's built in her front shoulder, and that creates some top line issue. But just a practical group of heifers, and I think just structure sorts these two. Congratulations.
Congratulations to the winner of the Senior Heifer Calf class. First blue was exhibited by Brenda Drager, second blue by Autumn Lewick. Coming into the ring at this time will be our summer yearling heifers. An announcement, if you do not have your back tags, please come up to the announcer stand and get them from Andy. We have the extra back tags up here.
A nice pair of heifers here in this class. I'm going to go ahead and use the black heifer here to win the class today. She's just the more practical and kind. She's got good structure. She's good about the center part of her body, up-headed, good-looking, profile's nice. I'd like to see her just have a little bit more performance and frame to her, and that's where the heifer that comes in second excels, but it's where she lacks is the center part of her body and her flank design and how she's made up there. I'd like to square her up, hook the pins, but a bigger frame, performing type of heifer there that comes in second. Congratulations.
Congratulations to the winner of our summer yearling heifer class. First blue was exhibited by Adrian Lewick, second blue by Brenna Drager. Coming into the ring at this time, we have our junior yearling heifers. Once again, let's give a hand to our ringmen. We have Jeremiah Christensen, Jesse Christensen, Casey Lenz, and Evan Paul. Let's give them a big round of applause for their efforts helping to keep this show running smoothly.
An interesting class of heifers here, and I'm going to go out and use the taller young man here that's in the second hole right now to win the class. A really high-performing, high-volume type of heifer, one that's structurally good enough for me when she gets out and goes. I'd like to neaten her up in the center part of her body and clean that navel up and just tone her tail head down a touch. Just a really, really high-volume, maternal-looking heifer, one that starts the class. Kind of the neat one with the bells and whistles, the really choke-necked, up-headed one here that comes in second. I like her for that, and I really, really appreciate her front 1/3. I would just like to soften her down in the center part of her body. The heifer that comes in third is the challenge for me in the class. I was kind of leaning on one way or the other with the pair of heifers on top, where either this one could start the class and the other two could follow. She just comes to me a little greener today, and when you get her out and move her, she just ducks off and her hooks to pins and wants to roll out in her hip just a little bit as she goes, but one that's really neat made and up-headed. The heifer here that comes in fourth, one that is very, very nice, and I do appreciate her in her center part of her body, one that's just fighting the young lady too hard today to get a good look at her, but a heifer that you do appreciate her lines and her maternal looks to her. A pair of heifers that round out the class, just a little plainer in their type and kind, don't have the bells and whistles to compete with the heifers at the top of the class today, but congratulations to the exhibitors.
Congratulations to the winners of our junior yearling heifer class. First blue was exhibited by Alex Lukey. Second blue by Caden Atkins. First red was exhibited by Madison Wagner. Second red by Piper Murfeld. First white was exhibited by Abby Streeter. And our second white by Charlotte Paulno. Coming into the ring at this time, we have our senior yearling heifer.
Single entry heifer, but a high performing one at that, one that has the frame and the flesh ability to grow and do her thing. Just a little bit plainer about her head and neck and her hair coat, but a good structured, sound female that was very, very high performing. Congratulations.
Congratulations to the winner of the senior yearling heifer class, Brenna Drager. Coming to the ring at this time, we have our cow-calf pair class.
Super calf pair, the cow, an aged cow, she's very, very up-headed and ties her head and neck into her blade real well. Where I'd like to change her is her udder quality and teat quality. And when she gets out and moves, she likes to just hawk in a touch, and I'd like to give her a little bit more base width there. But a high-quality calf that she's raising, one that we saw earlier on and did well in her class. She's a strong top power heifer. It is, I think, a genetic progression from her mother. So congratulations on a nice cow-calf pair.
Congratulations to the winner of the cow-calf pair class, Callie Zupke. Coming into the ring at this time, we have our cow class. Immediately following this class, we'll be naming our champion overall commercial beef female. So let's make sure we have all of those animals at the entrance of the Farm Progress Arena and ready to come in the ring, please.
As we reevaluate our cow, as we just talked, a very attractive front 1/3 in this cow. A cow, when she gets out and moves, can move. Just like to change her inner hock structure and udder quality. But a cow that is producing a very nice calf. So congratulations.
Congratulations to the winner of the cow class, Samantha Zupke. At this time, we'll be bringing the winners, the first blues of the commercial classes, to be naming our champion and reserve champion, commercial beef females. Once again, in the ring at this time, we have our champion commercial beef exhibitors. This will be followed by our supreme champion beef females, and then we'll be moving into our feeder calf show classes. So again, if you're in those beef feeder calf shows, please make sure that you have those animals ready and at the entrance of the Farm Progress Arena, please. We will be starting with the beef feeder calf show.
As we get our class winners out here in the commercial division, well, if you follow me today, you're going to hear me talk about a lot of the basic things, structure and conformation and that type of stuff. But when we get all those things and we get them in the spot we want them, that's where we add the extra bells and whistles and the show ring appearance, because this is a show cattle competition. I think there's one out there that does that handily. We'll go out and find you a grand, and then we'll bring in the second out of that division and reevaluate for reserve. But congratulations to these exhibitors.
Congratulations to our champion overall commercial beef female exhibited by Alex Lukey. Congratulations to our reserve champion overall commercial beef female exhibited by Caden Atkins. At this time, we're going to move into our supreme champion beef female. So if we could have our champion and reserve champion of the registered breeding stock junior show, and if we can have our commercial exhibitor champion and reserve champions, please stay in the ring. Immediately following the naming of our supreme champions, we're going to be moving into the beef feeder calf show. So if you are in class 1 of the beef feeder calf class, please make sure that you are at the entrance of the Farm Progress Arena. Class 1 of the feeder beef calf show. Please be ready.
Outstanding heifer show today, and when we get our champions out of their divisions back in here, I think they match up well. Like I said, functionality first today. One that's got to get out and move, one that's good in her lines, one that's got a maternal look to her. But yet once we cover all the bases, which one can have the extra bells and whistles and have that show ring appearance to them? I think there's one out here that does that pretty handily. We'll go out and get you a grand. I think the decision for reserve gets a little tighter after that.
Congratulations, our supreme champion beef female is exhibited by Caleb Weekman. Congratulations to our reserve Supreme Champion Beef Female, exhibited by Faith Weekman. Congratulations. At this time, we'll be moving into our beef feeder calf classes. So class 1, let's make sure that we are ready. At this time, we're moving into our feeder calf show. Up first is class 1 of the beef. The calves in this class range between 285 and 441.
As we get into our feeder calf division here, we got 2 classes of feeder calves. They want me just to pick a champion out of each class. I think there's one out here that's just barely ear top and stouter through his hip. A little where his advantages in this class is his bone work and foot size. So I'll go out here and show you your champion of this first class. Excuse me, so they're going to have me place the whole class. Well, as we stated here before, the calf that wins the class here, he's just the burlier top, better hipped one in his foot design and bone work. He's a little bit stouter there than the calf that comes in second. The black steer here that comes in second, I do appreciate this one on the profile. The steer that wins the class just outpowers him today, but I think this one is really a neat made, good line calf. With feeding time, he'll get there. The young man Shorthorn Influence calf that comes in next, another one that follows the bill is the one that comes in second. Very good profiling, good center part of his belly type of calf. That is good necked and clean made. He just needs a little bit more bone size and maybe read him just a touch frame score shorter to get out there and compete with them two on the top end. The all black calf here that comes in next, a very practical, easy feeding, good looking type of calf that's real stout. Pair of calves that round out the class that just need a little bit more time on feed, but good in their lines and good structure. Congratulations on a nice class.
Congratulations to the winner of Class 1 of the beef feeder calves. First blue was exhibited by Madison Wagner. Second blue by Piper Murfeld. First red was exhibited by J.J. Murfeld. Second red was exhibited by Cashton Atkins. First white by Elizabeth Benninger. And second white by Brenna Drager. Coming into the ring at this time, we have class number 2 of the beef feeder calf class.
I think a super high quality baldy calf to start off the class. I love this one's front 1/3 and how he ties in high to his blade and the center portion of his body. He likes to get up just a touch when he gets out and move, but that comes with halter breaking, and as he gets more mature and on feed, I think that'll become less of an issue. But a really, really high quality one here to start off the class. Congratulations. The one that comes in second follows him similar in type and kind. This one, when you read him from lines and study the basics, he's stout enough and big backed, and I like his frame size and where he's at as far as progress and in his age and time in life. I think that one there fits the bill and follows the class winner, the second best. High performing pair of steers that come in next. The one where the smoky colored steer beats the black one is he just massive in his quarter, and he pops as you get down into that stifle muscle. I'd like to soften him up in the center part of his body, but he's strong topped and high performing calf. The black calf here, good line calf, just needs to be a little bit more starter bone, starter muscled, but one that's high performing and a kind of just a profitability type of calf. And a pair of calves that round out the class just need to be softened up in the center portion of their body, redefined in their structure, and have a little bit more eye appeal to go ahead and compete. But congratulations on that class.
Congratulations to the winners of Class 2 of the Beef Feeder Calf Show. First blue is exhibited by Elijah Zick. Second blue by Avery Skolitsky. First red exhibited by Paige Lester. Second red, Finn Spoke. First white by Jocelyn Edmonds. And second white by Olivia Klug. At this time, we'll be naming our champion beef feeder.
High quality feeder calf show today. I think there's one that wins pretty handily. I'll go out and show you him and then reevaluate for reserve. Congratulations.
Congratulations to our champion beef feeder exhibited by Elijah Zick. Congratulations to our reserve champion beef feeder exhibited by Madison Wagner. At this time, we'll be starting with our dairy feeder calf show. Class 1 has calves that weigh between 345 and 677 pounds.
I guess the best way to put it. I mean, as a guy that works on Angus cattle every day, this usually isn't my cup of tea. But I guess where the challenge comes to me is when you start evaluating these dairy classes, and I've run into them quite a few times at other county fairs. Just finding one that's practical, one that's got enough base width, one that's got some fleshing ability to them, but to keep that frame score in check. And I understand the other part of this industry is a whole lot different in what they're looking for than what we're looking for in the beef world. So keeping that frame in check is important to me when we get to feeding these things, is keeping them efficient and profitable in the feed yard. Their influence is definitely important to our beef markets, so they do have their place, and like I said, just keeping them efficient, keeping them some width to them, some muscle shape, and finding one that's practical frame size. So I'll go out and reevaluate these. We'll get you a grand in reserve.
Immediately following the naming of the winners of this class, we're going to move into our dairy crossbred feeder calves. Immediately following that, we need our feeder calf futurity show entries. So our futurity calves, we're asking for you to please get those calves at the north entrance of the Farm Progress Arena.
We'll start off with the black and white steer here. One that just has the most base width to me. He has the most chest in him. He's got the most rib shape and condition on him for today. One that just looks more practical to go on feed and convert right away. The young man steer that comes in second, a moderate framed, as we talked earlier. That's kind of what I'm looking for, but this one's got some quality to him and some eye and peel, and he's good in his top, and I like his base width. The next one that comes in, carrying a little bit more condition today, and I like this one's muscle pattern and how he is a little bit more powerful to his hock. Just needs to be a little bit softer in his middle to get up and compete that one that wins the class. A bigger frame pair that comes in next. These two steers here, I just need to moderate them just a little bit to be more efficient in the feedlot. Just ones that just need a little bit more bells and whistles about their head and neck. Brown and white calf that comes in neck. A neat made calf, cool in his lines and design. I'd just like to soften him up in the center portion of his body to make him a little bit more feasible in the feedlot. A pair of steers that round it out. Ones that just need more time on feed. I think the lines are right. I think the structure's right. They just get a little bit outperformed today, but congratulations on a nice class.
Congratulations to the winner of our dairy feeder calf class. Our first blue and champion was exhibited by Faith Weekman. Our second blue and reserve champion was exhibited by Everett Klug. Our third blue was exhibited by Bentley Gentz. Our first red was exhibited by Matthew Erkey. Our second red was exhibited by Casey Salmi. Our third red was exhibited by Josh Gunther. Our first white was exhibited by Naomi Skolitsky. And our second white by Eli Gunther. Coming into the ring at this time, we have our dairy crossbred class. Once again, this is our final feeder calf class. So we're asking for our feeder calf futurity show entries to please get those calves out and checking in at the north end of the Farm Progress Arena. We are looking for our feeder calf futurity entries. old one if you want to trade it. If you're just joining us, our judge today is Chad Morrissey. Chad hails from Darlington, Wisconsin. He's the manager of Gutwine Angus, who specializes in production performance Angus. And he currently lives in Francisville, Indiana, and is a University of Wisconsin Platteville grad. Let's give a big Dodge County welcome to our judge today, Chad Morrissey.
Nice class of dairy crosses here. The steer that wins the class, he's just the stoutest back, thickest muscled one. If I was going to change him, I'd just like to clean him up in his throat latch a touch. But in this class, we're more harvest focused. This one here has the most product in him and wins the class pretty handedly. The young black steer here that comes in next, he's one that's nice made. He's good in the center part of his body. I like his frame size, and I think that's where this pair of steers here comes in next, is their stoutness and their features, yet their in-check frame size gives them a little bit more profitability and doability as far as a feedlot presence for me. The young calf here, he's just at an age disadvantage here that comes in next, but one that when you study his lines and makeup and frame size, I think that one is right. Just a little bit younger than some of the calves he competes with today. The pair of steers that come in next, bigger frame pair of steers, but steers that have some doability, cover to them, structurally satisfied with them. Steers that just go out and work in the real world. But as we round out the class, steers that just get a little bit steeper in their skeleton, a little bit harder as they go, just need a little bit more time on feed. But congratulations to your dairy cross class winners.
Congratulations to our dairy crossbred class winners. In first blue we had Faith Weekman and was champion dairy crossbred feeder. Second blue was exhibited by Elena Halfmeister and was the reserve champion dairy crossbred feeder. Our third blue was exhibited by Everett Klug. Our first red exhibited by Niskolitsky. Our second red exhibited by Everett Wyatt. Our third red exhibited by Matthew Erkey. Our first white exhibited by Olivia Klug. Our second white by Avery Skolitsky. And our third white by Ella Breaker. Congratulations. At this time, we are starting our feeder calf futurity show. We're starting with our beef class. If you're curious about our feeder calf futurity show, all the calves that are in the ring at this time were shown last year as feeder calves. These young people have followed through, brought them back. They will still be in the market classes, but they're here to compete in the futurity class to kind of show off how they've done from those calves up till now. So let's give these kids a round of applause for being here and following through with these calves. In case you're wondering, the calves in the class in front of you right now range in weight from 1,085 up to 1,386 pounds. Their rate of gain averages 1.28 pounds all the way up to 2.04 pounds. As our judge is making his way through this class, we would like to recognize the Beef Rate of Gain Award winner in this class. It was exhibited by Jocelyn Edmonds. So Jocelyn won the Rate of Gain Award. Her steer gained 2.62 pounds per day. So let's give a round of applause to Jocelyn.
Nice class of futurity steers here. The one that we're going to use to start the class today, I guess, is just a combination steer for me. We could pick these apart and maybe switch around these top four pretty easily. He just puts the most together, the most on the move, the most market readiness, cover, structure, profiles, the best. I think he's just our combination calf. The one that comes in second, he is market ready today. I love the cover on this one and the finish. He can still get out and go. He's good in the center part of his body. He is 12 o'clock today and ready for harvest, and I do appreciate juniors bringing those projects to a market show. That's where we get in trouble with the class. The steer that comes in third, this is the show steer of the class. He's been good looking, has a little extra hair and look to him. He struggles as he gets out and moves and gets a little stiffer on his hock. I'd like to soften him up in the center part of his body and just probably needs a few more days on feed. The shorthorn colored steer here that comes in next, another market-ready calf that's good and ready to hit the harvest rail, but one that just doesn't have enough bells and whistles and just gets a little plainer in his type and kind, but a market-ready steer. The one that comes in next, the smoky-colored one, he's the big-eared, kind of hairy, good-looking one. I think just needs to be a frame score size bigger, just gets a little bit wastier in the bottom one-third of his body. I think if that one's a frame score bigger, I think that one gets up and competes in the top end of the class. Steer here that comes in next, just one when you get him on the move, is just a little unathletic with his back too. I do appreciate his size and his market readiness. Just one that structurally, when you get him out and go, he likes to drop his hooks and pins and gets out and kind of rolls as he moves. A couple steers here that we end out the class with. Ones that just need a little bit more time on feed. The black steer just is a little off in his hawk design, and the Hereford mark steer, a very practical type of steer, just a little plainer to get any higher in this class. Congratulations.
Congratulations to the champion beef feeder futurity calf exhibited by Natalie Gibbs. Our reserve champion beef feeder futurity calf exhibited by Piper Murfeld. Our third blue in this class was exhibited by Hayden Gibbs. First red was exhibited by Jocelyn Edmonds, who again also had the champion rate of gain for the class. Our second red was exhibited by Callie Zupke. Our third red was exhibited by J.J. Murfeld. Our first white was exhibited by Madison Wagner, and our second white by Everett Klug. Coming into the ring at this time, we have our dairy feeder calf futurity animals. At this time, we'd like to announce the winner of our rate of gain from this class. That is exhibited by Kayla Meyer. Her steer gained 3.40 pounds per day. So congratulations to Kayla.
A nice class of dairy market steers. I'm going to get an orange and white shirt to win the class. I just appreciate that one's frame and doability. You can tell in his brisket and cod that this one's market ready and ready to go to the rail. But I think just as an efficiency level, the frame size is what does for me here on this one. And then the steer that comes in second. He is the largest frame steer in the class, but yet he is the most market ready, gained well, and I think just gives a little bit more eye appeal than the steer that comes in third. That just needs a little bit more time on feed and a little bit more look, and he's just a little bit plainer about his head and neck. But a nice class class of dairy steers. Congratulations.
Congratulations! Our champion dairy feeder futurity calf is exhibited by Bentley Gentz. Our reserve champion dairy feeder futurity calf was exhibited by Kayla Meyer. And once again, our champion dairy rate of gain award again was exhibited by Kayla Meyer. Coming into the ring at this time, now we have our dairy crossbred futurity show. Again, coming into the ring at this time are our dairy crossbred feeder calf futurity show animals. The animals in this class range from 1,402 pounds to 1,772 pounds.
We're going to go to the bar. Going to the bar.
Yeah, that's 1,772 pounds right there.
our dairy cross show here. I'm just going to use the young man out here in the front. He's got the most market-ready steer with frame and check, muscle, design, structure as he gets out and goes. I think that one's just the most profitable for us today. Followed by our next black calf here. I like him, just frame size, doability. He could use a little bit more time on feed, but I think one that can do it quickly and convert well. We get into a pair of steers after that. The young lady battle on this one. Just two that I think need to be frame score checked. Just getting a little big, a little heavy in their weight today, where we got to be concerned is our feed being efficiently used and how practical it is to feed that kind. A pair of steers that round out the sale. Just more practical feedlot-based type of cattle that have their purpose in the industry. Just need a little bit more look and more doability to them. But congratulations on a dairy cross class.
Congratulations to our dairy crossbred class champion, exhibited by Josh Gunther, and our reserve champion dairy crossbred Frida Futurity animal, exhibited by Kennedy Wagner. And let's hear it for our dairy crossbred rate of gain winner, Faith Weekman. At this time, we're going to get ready. We're going to make the switch to our market beef show. This is probably just going to take us a minute or two to get that situated, and we'll be ready to roll. All right, folks, we've just been given the instructions. We're going to have a 15-minute break so we can get the ring set up and get everybody situated. The north end of the building is where we're going to see our beef animals. At the south end is where we're going to see our dairy and dairy crosses. We are going to do classes 1 and 2 of the dairy on the south end first, and then we will move into the beef show on the north end. So we will do 2 dairy classes first before we move into the beef classes. we're getting ready to start our market classes. This is a reminder, on the south end of the building, we're going to be doing our dairy and dairy crossbred shows. We're going to do 2 classes of dairy before we start the beef on the north end. So at this time, let's bring in class 1 of dairy. Class 1 dairy, let's get checked in and start this class.
Terry? Thank you again, my dear.
It is my honor.
No, the honors are ours.
No, thank you for asking me.
Good afternoon, everybody. We're about to start our market steer show, whether it be dairy steers, crossbred steers, beef steers on the north end. I'd like to give a special thanks to Megan Gunther for our computer work, Terry Costello for doing our clerking and announcing somewhat. Our judges today for the dairy and the crossbred dairy is Ron Russell. The judge for the beef is Chad Morrissey. He did our earlier show this morning with breeding stock and the feeder calves. Clerking outside for the beef in check-in is going to be Mark Nails. Our ringmen on the north end are Joe Casey Lenz. Our clerk in the ring is Evan Paul. On the south end for the dairy and the crossbreds, our ringmen are Jesse Christensen and Jake Kern. Outside checking in is Jeremiah Christensen, Ralph Paul, and clerking in the ring is Lizzie Kern. Thank you for all your help and volunteering to help us run this show. Let's have a great show and make it smooth. Thank you.
All right, checking in on the south end of the Farm Progress Arena, we have Class 1 Dairy. And as a note, we will go through all 6 of the dairy classes and then switch over to the crossbreds. All right, so we'll start with the 6 dairy. We'll then go into the crossbreds. Our judge for the dairy and dairy crosses today is Ron Russell from Brooklyn, Wisconsin. Ron is retired from teaching 36 years at UW-Madison Animal Sciences. He also coached the meat evaluation teams. Ron and his wife had kids that showed cattle and swine and were very active in 4-H. Let's give a big Dodge County welcome to our dairy beef judge today, Ron Russell. Jocelyn Edmonds, we're looking for your steer for the first class of beef, please. Once again, just a reminder that we will be doing all 6 of the dairy classes on the south end, followed then by all of the crossbreds.
First class of dairy steers we got to work with. Nice class of with a bit of weight range. Got an 11 weight steer up here that's going to complete the class. Lady on the far end though has a steer that kind of combines the most of the traits and the features we're looking for. Steer's kind of in the 1,300-pound weight range. He's got some cover. He's got some condition. As far as a balance and eye appeal side, he's good level down his top, decent through his hip structure. He's kind of the steer that in this class kind of completes the picture for us. He's got some finish. He's on track weight-wise. He's on track with some muscle. When you get behind him, he's got some balance. He's got some thickness of quarter, and you can tell he's got some fill in his brisket up front, so he needs to be our class winner to go out with. The young man steer that we've got in second, a little heavier weight steer that we've got to work with, but one that's not quite where he needs to be compared to our class winner as far as where he is as far as maturity and level of finish. He's a little trimmer made steer, more frame type on him for certain on that, but I do think he's going to still grade all right, and so he's going to need to be there. He's going to need to be second in this. It was close for me between him and this young lady that had the next to lightest steer in the class. Her steer is smaller. He is more moderate in his frame type, but he's got some condition to him. I just like to bring him ahead a little bit more as far as time on feed and the amount of finish he expresses. At the same time, if you're going to get on the outside looking in, you've got a steer that's level top, decent through his hip structure, nice long level hip in that steer. Love to see him with another 300 pounds on him, and he'd be a force to be reckoned with in the show today. Young man steer, we got a large frame steer in the class, getting a little bit trim and a little bit bare as far as finish goes. Weight-wise, he does weigh just over 1,400 pounds. Young man's doing a nice job with him, but the steer just needs some more time on feed. He's just not quite where we need him to be as far as a market readiness standpoint, so I'd like to bring him along a little farther. At the same time, he gets a little flat and shapeless in his muscle expression and in his rib shape. Young man steer coming in next, the predominantly black and white. Another larger frame steer, one of the heavier steers in the class, is one that's kind of like the two that went out before him. He's just a little bit, it just needs more time. He's got to get some more condition, some more time on feed, a couple more 100 pounds will get him more where he needs to be from a market desirability standpoint. Gets a little flat in his rib shape, a little flat and narrow when he works behind you. Young lady steer we got coming out next is one you kind of have to figure out what you want to do with him. He's one of the thicker made steers, bigger bodied, thicker design steers as far as muscle yield in the class. At the same time, he is absolutely unsound up through his front end. He just kind of very short-fronted. Finish-wise, he's where he needs to be, but he just structurally he's incorrect, and so I went ahead and worked him down in the class. We're going to complete the class with the young man's lightweight steer in the class. One is just a little bit, again, he's the one that's farthest away from being ready for the show today as far as market readiness, as far as condition and weight and finish, as well as needing to be balanced out with a little bit more muscle mass and thickness to work with. But nice class of steers to get started.
Congratulations, Class 1 Dairy. First blue was exhibited by Ava Gunther. Second blue by Caden Leppo. First red was exhibited by Gracie Weekman. Second red was exhibited by Matthew Erkey. First white was exhibited by Emmett Hopp. Second white by Mackenzie Leppo. And our first pink by Coy Leppo. Coming into the ring at this time is Class 2 Dairy. The steers in this class range from 1351 to 1430. Again, we have Class 2 of Dairy coming in the ring at this time. Again, if you're just joining us, on the south end of the building, we are going to be doing all 6 of the dairy classes first. We're then going to move into the dairy crossbred classes following those. On the north end, we're doing 2 dairy classes down here first. Then we're going to start with the beef classes at the north end. And that second class of dairy steers is coming in the ring at this time. So the first class of beef should be checking in. entering the ring on the north end of the Farm Progress Arena, we have Class 1 of beef entering. Class 1 beef entering the ring. The steers in that first in Class 1 range from 1,085 to 1,177.
So I will admit to you, I didn't hear that cheer coming until it came, and it's kind of scared me a little bit. But apparently they don't know me very well, because I've been known to change my mind when I was moving from one place to the other. But I'm not going to change it this time. But that was good. The steer we're going to lead the class out with is one that I think, kind of rises to the top. Bit of a call, bit of a decision in the top two. Yes, he's a little bit more moderate framed. Doesn't quite fit the pure, as far as the Holstein type, to be a bit bigger frame and all that. But he is a steer that really combines a lot of things we look for in market cattle, as far as, and if it's going to be on the dairy side, then so be it. He's got some width and thickness at top, natural expression and curvature to his rib and loin. And he's got some thickness in his quarter when he goes away from you. And he's got some width of movement. Could he move a little bit better? Yes, that's a bit of a structural thing, but he's not bad. Certainly functional, so he needs to be our class winner. Young lady that's got the second steer is one that I liked from the time that I first laid eyes on it. Also a steer that really balances up nicely, nice and level top, level hipped. And is appropriate as far as the amount of condition he's carrying. He is the softer middled steer, a little bit more of a heavy feeding kind of steer that you feel like can go out and grow and excel. But he just doesn't quite have the muscle to work with that our class winner did, so he's going to be second in this class today. Young lady coming out next had that one, kind of the smaller steer in the last class that I liked. She came in with a little bit bigger one. Similar package in some respects. He's certainly got some thickness. He's got some width. He does need a little bit more time on feed. He tends to be a little bit thinner as far as condition. But at the same time, you can appreciate the way that he balances out. He's fairly decent in his hip shape and design. I just like to just give him more muscle when you get right behind him, give him a little more base width to work with. Young man with our next steer in line, is predominantly wide steer, is one that, again, he's just a little bit thin as far as the level of cover and finish he's got to go with today. At this weight, we just need to take him to a little heavier weight, get a couple more 100 pounds on him. Gets a little flat in his rib and through his front end, and so I just like to thicken him up, widen him out some. Young man with the next to last steer in the class is one that, again, he's got tick more frame to him, gets up in his top some. Again, we'd like to bring him along as far as condition. He doesn't quite have that levelness of design when he gets from his shoulder back. I'd like to level him up through there to give him that look. And then the young man with the steer that's going to complete the class, again, a steer that's certainly done well for the young man. He's fed him fine and done a nice job. Steer it wasn't ready quite when the Dodge County Fair steer show came. Needs to be a little farther along as far as overall weight and condition. Nice set of steers.
Wyatt Warmka, Class 2 beef. We're looking for you to check in. Wyatt Warmka, Class 2 beef.
Here in our beef side of the ring, I'm going to use the Smoky Calf here to start off and win this class. He's just the most massive up top and massive in his rib and hip. One that really explodes shoulder back. These lighter weight steers, he's close to market ready. He's big boned and soft in the center part of his body, and that's where he beats the steer in second. The steer in second is in similar build in his mass and type and kind, and they're good looking show steers, but this one here just a little bit coarser in his joints, needs to be softer in the center portion of his body to get up and win. The most market ready steer here comes in the white one here that comes in next. He just is a frame score shorter than the other ones, but probably the most market ready, and there's a lot of product in that calf, and I think he will just grade just fine. The steer that follows him next in class is the black one there. Another steer here that's real close to being market ready for these weights. Steer that's just functional and practical and is a design, and he is free moving and can get out and go, and that's where he beats the steer that comes in next. The steer that comes in next just is a little bit more restricted in his hawk design and struggles and shuffles as he gets out and goes. A pair of Hereford market steers that come in next, ones that are just a little bit more practical, a little bit more profitability type of cattle that don't have the bells and whistles that can get higher in the class today. And the steer that rounds out the class, we just need to change his toe design and his structure moves. He likes to drop his hooks and pins and struggles a little bit. But congratulations on a nice class of market steers.
Results from Class 1 of beef. First blue was exhibited by Cashton Atkins. Second blue, Camden Atkins. First red was exhibited by Joshua Roberts. Second red by Brenna Drager. Our first white was exhibited by Madison Wagner. Our second white by Aubrey Reeder. Our first pink was Everett Klug, and our second pink was Jocelyn Edmonds. Coming in the ring now at the north end is our Class 2 of beef. The steers in Class 2 range in weight from 1182 to 1205. The results from Class 2 dairy. First blue was exhibited by Hudson Henschel Parr. Second blue was exhibited by Bailey Drager. First red was exhibited by Mackenzie Leppo. Second red by Coy Leppo. Our first white was exhibited by Evan Wyatt, and our second white by Ethan Leppo. In the ring at this time of Class 3 dairy, these steers range from 1462 to 1511. This is a reminder that the photo backdrop for taking photos of your steers and exhibitors is outside the north end of the Farm Progress Arena. So please make sure you take advantage of that. And that is being sponsored this year by AC Agronomy and Wiffle Seeds.
Here on our market beef side, we're going to start the class out here with this white sock steer. One that's just a super complete calf. Like I said, we're in these lighter classes where we're not just quite market ready, so we're going to study the future just a little bit. This one here is good in his lines. He's good bellied. He can get out and go and reach. One that's attractive in his front 1/3, but yet still massive when you get behind him and up top. The young man here at his next project, one that from the side I like a whole lot. This one profiles real good. She's up-headed and good-necked. One that is massive. Now, if I could soften her up just a little bit in the center part of her body, but one that's structurally sound and can move, and once she's on the sand still gives you a real good look. The big-backed, good-looking steer here that comes in next, he's a show steer-looking one, but where I find him just a little troubling is when he gets out and moves, he's not as agile on those back hocks, just gets outside of himself and needs to have a little bit more base width to make that all work for him. A market-ready calf that comes out next, one that's probably closest to market-ready as any of them in the class, just a really profitable type of calf, one that's functional, just a little bit plainer in his type and kind, and that's similar to the one that comes out next. Plainer, practical type of calf, but yet functional at the ground and good-footed and good structured calf. A pair of steers that round out the class. Stuff I'd just change about them. They get a little bit coarser in their joints, a little straight in their skeleton, and change their foot quality a touch. But good designed, good type of cattle that are good topped and massive there. So congratulations on a nice class of market steers.
Avery Roberts, we're looking here for Class 3 beef. Results from Class 2 beef. First blue is exhibited by Isaiah Younger. Second blue by Caden Atkins. First red by Wyatt Warmka. Second red, Grayson Ridequist. First white was exhibited by Oscar Stowell. Second white by McKenna Reeder. And our first pink, Abby Streeter. Coming into the ring and checking in at this time are Class 3 beef. In the ring on the dairy side, we have Class 3 dairy that's in the ring right now. Class 4 should be checked in.
For a minute I thought we were doing a little game of catch and release, but we got him caught, so that's a good thing. So away we go. The young man's got a nice steer to lead the class out with. This steer's the most advanced as far as finish and conditioning of any of the steers we've had. He's not overdone, but he's really right where he needs to be. Honestly, I wouldn't want to take him much further. He's, again, one of those more moderate frame type steers, but he's certainly got a lot of expression and width of muscle down his top and back into his hip. He's got some thickness and dimension to his quarter as he goes away from you. Young man's done a nice job of getting that steer fed out. I'm going to come in next with a steer that I think kind of balances up fairly nicely. Again, a steer that I kind of can appreciate from a condition side of things. I think he's spot on for his weight. These steers, by the way, average about 1,500 pounds. That's what we're looking at in the ring here with this group. This steer kind of, again, does a fair number of things pretty correctly. He's got some width and dimension of muscle when he goes away from you. Again, he's fairly decent from a structural standpoint up front as he leads back into his center body. Young man's all black or predominantly black steer that's coming out next is one that's Again, we're starting to get up in a little bit of frame type on this calf. Doesn't quite have the dimension of muscle when he walks away from you. He's certainly where he needs to be as far as condition for that weight. He could carry more, it wouldn't hurt him, but he needs to have what he's got. And again, I think he's got some decent expression of muscle in his quarter when he goes away in a comparison to the steers that I've got him standing ahead of. Young man coming out next is a steer that, again, one of those gets a little more frame type working for him. He could use some more time on feed and give him a little bit more chance to put on some condition, go ahead and accentuate his muscle a little bit more. Structurally, you like the calf. He's fairly level top, decent in his hip design and shape. We just need to put some more time and feed into him to carry him on. Young man coming in next, a steer that's probably got a little bit more muscle than the calf that led out ahead of him, but he does tend to get off in his hip and rump structure a little bit. A little shallower as far as his center body goes. I'd like to make him a little bit more correct in his skeletal design when we get up front. But again, the young man's done a nice job of bringing him along. Steer's certainly hitting that 15 weight range just fine. Young lady's got a nice steer that profiles very nicely. He's fairly level top, decent in his hip, but he tends to disappoint you when you get behind him a little bit. Tends to go a bit narrower in his hip shape and dimension. When he comes at you, he's pretty flat and doesn't have the width of body and the natural dimension that we'd like to put into him to make him a little bit more productive in his kind. Young lady with the next steer is a one that, again, is kind of like the one that I just let out, just a little bit smaller version, more moderate frame version, even though he's a little bit heavier as far as his weight goes. He just tends to get a little bit off in his structure. Yes, he's got a little bit more condition down in his brisket and stuff, but tends to get off in his top and tends to get a little flat and narrow when he goes away from you. Young man we're going to use to complete the class is the one that, again, just kind of, again, he's a nice design steer, probably from a pure phenotype or pure profile standpoint. He's one of the nicer profiling calves in here, but he just doesn't have that width and dimension through his front end, doesn't open up in his rib cage enough, doesn't get thick enough in his quarter when he goes away from you for me to feel like I can move him higher in the class today.
Results from Class 3 Dairy. First blue was exhibited by Bentley Gents. Second blue was exhibited by Caden Leppo. First red was exhibited by Emmett Hopp. Second red, Ethan Leppo. First white was Bryce Baring. Second white by Clarissa Clentz. First white was exhibited by Olivia Downey. First white by Bryce Baring. Second white, Clarissa Clentz. First pink, Olivia Downey, and second pink, Casey Salmi. Coming into the ring on the south of Class 4 Dairy, these steers weigh between 1523 and 1559.
here in our market beef side, we're going to use the red and white calf to start the class. He's just the one that's the most massive up top. He is that way, and he does it when he gets out and moves. He can handles it well. For a smaller frame, shorter bodied steer, he is close to being market ready today, and I sure do appreciate that about him. But I like his bone work. I like him as he moves for one that's so massive and burly up top. Smoky steer that comes in next follows our class winner in that regard. He is a little bit better in the center part of his body, a little bit softer made, just gets a little bit wider tracking when you get him out and move. Likes to swing that back leg a little bit, and I think that's maybe where he gets beat. I really like this black calf here, and he was kind of the struggle of the class for me. I think maybe he could have got around those two. He just gets a little funky about his hock and his back ankles as he gets out and move. A really good profiling calf. You just like to power him up and square him up in his hip when you get behind him, I guess, is where he disappoints me. The young man's calf that comes in next, the one that's got a good hip design. From the side, this one's big-hipped and massive, and he's just a little bit softer in the center part of his body, and that's where he beats the calves that come in next. Two calves that are just a little bit more practical, but long-bodied, profitability type of calves. They just need a little bit more eye appeal to get higher in the class today. But congratulations on a good class of market steers.
Congratulations, Class 3 results. First blue was exhibited by Bentley Gens. Second blue by Callie Zupke. First red by J.J. Murfeld. Second red, Avery Roberts. First white, Wyatt Stowell. Second white, Grayson Rydquist. Coming into the ring at this time on the north end for beef, we have class number 4 beef. The steers coming into this class weigh between 1253 and 1295. this is a reminder to all of our beef exhibitors. If you could please come to the announcer's stand and sign up on the pink sheets behind us for the appropriate showmanship class. Again, we'd love to see all of our beef exhibitors participate in showmanship today. And if you would, please sign up on the pink sheets behind us up here at the announcer's stand, please. Jaden Sullivan from Beef Class 5, we're looking for your steer. Again, Jaden Sullivan, please check in.
So we're continuing to move up in these weight ranges. We got the steers that are again getting up in that 1,600-pound weight range. They're nice big steers, good to work with. Hang on, I forgot to complete one of my duties. All right, now back to this description on this class. Young man steer that we're going to go ahead and start the class out with is one that, again, you kind of have to appreciate as far as where he is, as far as his body condition, how much cover he's got. Get in front of him, he's got nice expression of width and dimension through his chest floor. He's got some condition in there. He's certainly finished. He's on track for where he needs for his weight. When you get behind him and watch him move away from you, he's got the width and expression of muscle down his top, carries out into a nice full quarter for a dairy steer, and so he's just kind of the combination steer that does the most for me in the class today. The young man who brings out the next steer, this steer is kind of interesting in a lot of ways. He's the farthest along as far as body condition. He's got the most cover of any steer we've had come in the ring so far in their classes. He's not over-conditioned by any stretch of the imagination. He just happens to have more. He is a big-bodied steer. He's nice and level down his top, just not quite as comfortable from a structural standpoint and design as the steer I used ahead of him, but that's a nice top pair of steers to lead the class out with. Young man steer that comes in next is one that for me kind of logically came into third. He profiles fairly nicely, nice level top, level hip steer. He's got decent dimension to his hip and quarter when he goes away from you. I just need him to come along a little further as far as time on feed to go ahead and complete the picture. But from a profile standpoint, you like this calf quite a bit. And again, the young man that comes out next has got another steer kind of like that. When you watch that steer, when he's got him stood up well, he's one that kind of paints a picture of a nice dairy steer, nice and level top, level hip. I just need him to go ahead and come along a little further, a little more time on feed. Get a little more weight to him and a little more condition. Will he grade all right? Yes, he'll grade. Yes, he'll grade all right. But I just need to bring him along a little bit further to be more comfortable with going ahead and being able to move him up in class. Young man steer we're going to lead out next. This more predominantly white steer is one again, a little bit more moderate in his frame type, frame ways to work with him. He's got some width of body. He's got some thickness. At the same time, when you get right into him, he's not quite as correct from a feet and leg structure design standpoint. I'd like to change him down his top structure, level him up in his loin. Young lady comes out next, and one, she does a really nice job of working with this steer. Level top, level hip, structurally fairly correct as far as his design, as far as hock and all that goes, but he just gets too flat, too narrow, gets a little tough to work with as far as where he's at body condition-wise. Then the young lady that's going to complete the class, I was kind of joking with her a little bit. If this steer gets any taller, she's going to have to get taller or wear stilts. But she does a nice job. That steer's just the frame type and the body type, the genetics. He just needs to go to a much heavier weight to be where he's going to be, to a finished desirability level to meet the market demands that we've got today. Nice set of calves.
Results of Class 4 Dairy. First blue was exhibited by Matthew Roach. Second blue by Connor Schneider. First red exhibited by Kellen Meyer. Second red, Evan Wyatt. First white by Brody Bering. Second white by Cassie Fick. And a first pink by Molly Wiedenfeld. Coming into the ring on the south end at this time, Class 5 Dairy. These steers weigh between 1563 and 1632.
Here on our market beef side, I think a really high quality one here to go up and start this class with. This one's massive topped and just really, really good in his loin. Where I think that's where he beats the class winner is. The class winner is just not quite there. He's not quite 12 o'clock today. But the class winner, I think, frame size wise and where he is today, to market ready, and that's not a steer that's ever going to get big, but he's the one that's got lots of quality in the pieces that he has. I think a logical place to start. The one that comes in second follows him closely in those regards. Another steer that is massive. This one here is a frame score higher. This one here, I think Ken Avowitz a little bit more feeding time could get up there and beat that one. But one today that just needs a little bit more belly shape and a little bit more time on feed. Practical steer here that comes in next. One that just does everything right. One that's market ready today. One that's good in his lines, profile's good, and a better structure than the steer that comes in fourth. And I went back and reevaluated these two, and I think the steer here that comes in fourth is just a little bit more massive than the one in third. It's his hawk design. He's getting a little heavy in those hawks, and which we'll see in some of our market steers, but I guess that's where I split the two. The show steer looking one that comes in next. He's big topped and big hipped. He's got that show steer look to him. He just needs to be softened up in the center part of his body and have a little bit more rib shape, and needs to be a little bit more athletic on those back two as he goes. Two practical steers to round out the class. Just a little bit plainer in their type and kind, but good profitability type of steers. Congratulations on a nice market class.
Results of Class 4 Beef. First blue is exhibited by Easton. Second blue exhibited by Addison Lukey. First red exhibited by Natalie Gibbs. Second red by Noah Roberts. First white by Eli Ryquist. Second white by Hayden Gibbs. First pink by Avery Skolitsky. Coming into the ring at this time at the north end is class number 5 Beef. The steers in this class range from 1302 to 1333. right, folks, just to clarify some things, we've been getting some questions about the championship drive. We're going to do the championship drive immediately following the end of all the market classes. Once all the market classes are completed, we will go in this order. We will do the dairy champion first, we'll do the beef champion second, and we'll do the crossbred third. Hopefully that clarifies that for some folks. But again, once all the market classes are done, we will go ahead and do the champion drive. First dairy, second beef, third crossbred.
Outstanding class of market steers over here. Starting off with the smoky colored steer to win the class, and I think he does pretty handily. This one's so opened up and massive in the center part of his rib cage, yet he's good in his heart and behind his blade. This one here, if you're going to get nitpicky on one, he has got a little shoulder to him, but the rest matches, and that's what makes him all blend so nicely. One that's massive bone, massive footage, still square. He's good in his hip. He's up-headed, good necked. I think a really, really high quality one there to start the class. Congratulations. A pair of steers here that come in next, a little bit more similar in type and kind. Just kind of back to the basics, functional cattle that can get out and move and are market ready. Soft-bellied, good structured, good topped, good looking. A pair of steers that I think go long and be competitive in a lot of county fairs. Just got ran into some smoke there on the top end. But getting into some more practicals type of steers that just structure sorts them. The one that comes in next just gets a little bit off in his hock. And I think that's where the one beats him there, just ahead of him. But good center part of the body, good covered, good in their ribeyes, good in their loins. Steers that are market ready today. The Hereford mark steer, just a long-sided, kind of big-hipped guy. Just gets a little bit plainer in his head and neck, but he's big-footed, big-boned, and can get out and move, and that's where he beats the two that round out the class. The next black steer here, just a little bit frailer, finer bone type of one. that's plainer about his head and neck. But a profitability type of calf. And if you had a feedlot full of them, you'd be happy. The black and white steer that rounds out the class, he's a big top, kind of good-looking rascal. Just gets a little long muzzle today. Needs to be a little softer in the center part of his body, and just probably a frame score shorter. But really, really good class of market steers. Congratulations.
Congratulations to our Class 5 beef. First blue is exhibited by Faith Weekman. Second blue, Alex Lukey. First red, Natalie Gibbs. Second red, Nora Bus. First white, Harmony Henschel Parr. Second white, Olivia Bird. And first pink, Jaden Sullivan. Coming into the ring on the north end of the Farm Progress Arena is Class 6 beef. The steers coming in for Class 6 weigh between 1337 and 1364.
One of the things that's really interesting when you watch these dairy steer classes change, and you know, a lot of times when you start moving up in weight and you're moving it forward in maturity, you expect that to be the case based on age and just based on where they're at as far as their growth charts go and all that. You expect them to be changing as far as the amount of condition, but these calves are just getting bigger. We're up in the 16 weight range up in there. The cattle are not over conditioned. We are running into a very low frequency of having some that just simply need a lot more time on feed. We've got some at the end they're going to complete this class that I'd like it if they did carry a bit more condition for me to have comfort with them, but at the same time they're nice calves all the same. I'm going to start with the young man steer down there on the end. This steer is the one that I think kind of combines the most things for me in this class. He's got some width of base, he's got some thickness of right behind him. He's got some decent width and dimension when you get up through his front end. He's certainly where he needs to be from a body condition side. And again, structurally, he's a nice calf. Certainly balances out decently as far as his top structurally, leading into a nice level long hip. So that steer kind of completes the pattern for me in the class today. Young lady steer that comes out next is one that I can also appreciate. To me, he's kind of the one that, again, is decent as far as the amount of muscle, the amount of expression he gets. I thought he kind of balanced that up fairly decently. He does tend to get off in his hip structure just a little bit when he goes away from you. He's a little bit tentative from a structural standpoint up through his front end, but she's done a nice job with him. He's got some decent dimension down his top, certainly nice and soft in his center body, and he's got some decent condition. So I think he needs to be where he's at, second place in this class. Young man coming out next, he told me, I asked him what the steer weighed, he goes, I don't know, they told me to take him in and show him. I'm showing him for a cousin or something like that. And I said, well, they wouldn't ask you to do it if they didn't know you were capable. And he does a nice job. Steer's certainly where he needs to be from a body condition side. He's certainly the heaviest steer in the class. He tends to get off in his hip and rump structure a little bit. Tends to get a little bit flatter and dimensionless in his lower quarter when he goes away from you. But certainly a nice complete steer to have in this heavier weight steer division. Young lady that comes out next, another one that again you can appreciate as far as the amount of condition today. The young lady does a nice job. I kind of switched this pair mid-class range on him a little bit. I like this steer. I liked him from the get-go as far as the pattern he gives you, as far as the profile. I just need to widen him out, give him a little bit more thickness and dimension, a little bit more levelness at top and hip structure and loin placement to get him any higher in the class. Then we got the young lady that's got her hands full with this nice big steer that she's leading around here. Steer gets up in his frame type quite a bit. And again, he's going to have to be pushed to a heavier weight to really be on track from a body condition wise and a market readiness standpoint. But she does a nice job with him. Steer profile's really nice. I mean, nice level, long topped steer, nice in his feet and leg structure. He just gets a little bit too flat in his rib, a little bit too flat in his shoulder, and doesn't have enough width and dimension when I get behind him to move higher in the class. Young man with his steer, he's kind of struggled with in here a little bit. He's done a nice job of feeding this steer. Of course, the steer doesn't want to stand and work for him. But steer also, the last two steers in this class, I just need to bring ahead a little bit farther as far as their maturity and body condition to move them higher in the class. This steer just bounces up a little bit better than the one I'm going to complete the class with. the young lady kind of traded in to help out a friend, I think, here on this last steer. He's just one that needs to be a little farther along. He's not carrying much condition over his rib. He's kind of deceiving because he's got a fair amount of brisket expression in him, but he just needs a little more condition over his rib, a little more behind him to move higher in the class. Nice set of heavier weight steers.
Class 5 results. First blue was exhibited by Bryce Baring. Second blue exhibited by Charlotte Rake. First red by Robert Maher Tracy. Second red by Caleb Meyer. First white exhibited by Mara Skolitsky. Second white by Robert Maher Tracy. And first pink by Autumn Rennock. Coming into the ring on the south end of the arena is Class 6 Dairy. We'll then be moving right into our dairy crossbreds. This is the final class of our dairy steers. We'll then immediately be going into Class 1 of our dairy beef crossbreds. The steers in this class weigh between 1660 and 1793. In the ring at the north end of the Farm Progress Arena, we have Class 6 beef. The steers in this class range in between 1337 and 1364. Immediately following this class, we have one animal in an exhibition class. So we're going to squeeze that in first before Class 1 of the dairy beef crossbreds. So Sam Zupke, we need your exhibition dairy beef crossbred.
Here on the beef market side, a steer that just kind of a combination calf. I think the top 4 of this class is our competitive steers. This one here just kind of the one that puts it all together for me. It's kind of a what you see is what you get type of calf, not a lot of hair there, but he does have a great big loin in him, and he's massive about his top and hip. When he gets out and goes, he wants to use his outside claw just a little too much for me. A lot of times that comes with muscularity, so I think he's just the combination to where you start with on this calf. On this class. The white steer that comes in next, he's the high performing, a little bit bigger frame type of steer. I'd like to just tone him down in the crest of his neck. And when he gets out and goes, he moves his hoof structure a little bit truer than the class winner. He's good in the center part of his body. Just a planer about his head and neck, and his front 1/3 to get any higher in the class. The black steer here is another kind of a combination calf. I think that this pair here is real close, and I do like the Hereford steer that comes in 4th. Where the black steer beats him is in his belly line, and the Hereford steer just gets a little harder made in the flank, but both good structured steers that are market ready. They're both good about their top, got some eye appeal. I think just in center part of their body to their flank is where this Hereford just gets beat there. The white steer, he is next. He's just absolutely massive from every angle. I just like to see him a frame score bigger, maybe 2 to get up and compete in this class. But you got to appreciate the amount of muscle, market readiness that he has. Just an absolutely massive calf. Just needs to be a frame score or 2 bigger. Pair of steers that round out the class. Just nice practical calves, long-bodied, market-ready, good structure. Just need a little bit of the extras to get them up any higher in this class. But a nice class of market steers. Congratulations.
Results of Class 6 beef. First blue was exhibited by Madison Wagner. Second blue by Jake Hodge. First red exhibited by Jameson Margalewski. Second red by Levi Weichman. First white by Autumn Rennock. Second white by Joshua Roberts. And first pink, Allison Egan. Coming into the ring at this time is Class 7 beef. The Class 7 steers weigh between 1369 and 1395.
So this is our last class of the straight dairy steers and the like. Been a good group to work through. I will tell you, I kind of commented to the young lady with this steer, the predominantly white steer down here. If you remember when she was in here earlier, she also had one that was just a big, large frame steer. So I just kind of kidded her a little bit. And I think you got a thing for large frame cattle, for tall steers. And she said, yeah, I guess so. Something like that. But she does a nice job. I'm going to start with the young lady steer down here that is not the most massive as far as muscle and dimension to him, but he is the one that kind of fills the pattern or fits the pattern as far as design. He's just a very attractive made steer, level top, level hip, pretty correct in his feet and leg structure. Profile's real nice. He's desirable in the amount of muscle he's got. He's desirable in the amount of condition he's got. So for me, he's kind of the one that combines the most of the best, if you will, to go ahead and win this class in the heavyweight division, weighing over 1,600 pounds. Not going to ask her to take him to a heavier weight. Young man has got the next steer. That's one I've kind of struggling with to go ahead and use him first or second. Steer is more. He's got more thickness. He's got more muscle as far as in his quarter when you get behind him, and dimension up front. Structurally tends to drop in his pin set a little bit, and not quite as correct and desirable as far as a profiling steer, but a nice steer in his right to be in this, again, upper 16 weight range. Young man steer that comes out next is one I'd just like to drop and soften him in his mid-body and kind of give him a little bit more to make him look a little bit better, to give him more phenotype, if you will, or more ring presence. Again, you like him as far as his length of top and levelness of hip and all that. I just like to drop him in his rib cage and make him more attractive. And again, we're going to complete with the young lady's really big, tall frame steer, 1770-something, I think, big old steer that she's done a nice job of feeding. The steer is not over-conditioned at that weight. He's just a big steer. And so that's when the market came, or that's when he made it to the fair. He could go ahead and carry more condition even at this point, but she's done a nice job with him.
Results of Class 6 dairy steers. First blue was exhibited by Paige Lester. Second blue by Brandon Bering. First red by Brandon Bering. And second red by Molly Wiedenfeld. Coming to the ring at this time is an exhibition dairy beef crossbred, one animal in the class. The steer weighs 925 pounds.
So this they're calling an exhibition for the dairy beef cross class. Steer weighs, only about, what did we say, 900 pounds or 700, 900 pounds. Asked a young lady what the age of the steer was, and well, he was born in November. So, the steers perform well. She's done a nice job with him. It's just the timing doesn't really work all that well for an August fair, but she's doing a nice job. Got a nice calf. I wish her well with this calf as she continues to feed him a little bit longer.
Earning a blue ribbon in our exhibition dairy beef crossbred class was Sam Zubke. Entering the ring at this time, we will have Class 1 of our dairy beef crossbreds. In this class range between 1,206 pounds and 1,260 pounds.
Again, here on our market beef side, I think a challenging class when you get to these top 3 or 4, but we just start with one that puts it all together for me the most. He's a steer that I find to be the correct frame size. He's got enough condition on him and in market ready today. He just gives you a little bit more look than that steer that comes in second. But when you're studying lines, I sure do appreciate this guy, and I think one that if you were going to hang on the rail will do quite well. He's long-bodied and strong top, just a little bit plainer. About his look, just study his lines, study his structure. There's steer like that there's nothing wrong with. The Hereford steer that comes in next, I really like him, and I thought it was close between second and third. I'd just like to see him a frame score shorter, one that I think would just be a little bit more massive in his muscle design. If we could suck some of that frame out of him and get him a little bit more agile on that back hock. The Shorthorn colored steer that comes in next, a very long-bodied, good top calf that's market ready today. I'd just like to change his hoof design, just suck in the knobs of his hocks just a little bit and make them a little bit more attractive, but just a practical, long-bodied type of steer that does really well out here. This steer here that comes in next, really massive muscular steer, just kind of what you see, what you get. This one is heavy muscled. I just like to soften him up in the center part of his body and make him a little bit more attractive in his front 1/3 as he just gets a little bit shorter in his muzzle and a little bit more jammed up in his head. The smoky steer that comes in next, this one here does give you the show steer look. I struggle with him and how he gets around the ring, and I just like to lengthen him out, nose to tail. If this one here was just a little bit longer bodied, I think he could use his better attributes to his favor. But one that's just a little too short bodied and a little too structurally challenged for me today. The broccoli-faced calf that rounds out the class, just a really, really practical take of calf, but I just like to see a little bit more muscle expression, see him a little bit more neater about his head and neck. Nice class of market steers.
Results from Class 7 beef. First blue was exhibited by Caden Adkins. Second blue by Piper Murfeld. Red exhibited by Levi Weekman. Second blue exhibited by second red exhibited by Jocelyn Edmonds. First white exhibited by Kasten Parr. Second white exhibited by Alina Blaska. And first pink by Mary's Wald. Coming into the ring at this time is class number 8 beef. Those steers weigh between 13.99 and 14.43. Avery Roberts, we're looking for your Class 2 dairy beef crossbred. Again, that's Avery Roberts. We're looking for you to check in. Class 2 dairy beef crossbred, please.
Here in our market beef side, I think a really, really high quality one to start off the class with. He's so up-headed and built so good in his front 1/3 and how he ties the top of his neck into the top of his shoulder blade, and I really do appreciate how he's built there. He's soft enough mettled, he's massive enough, he's market ready today. One that can get out and go. I think a really, really high quality one to start the class with there. The steer that comes in next follows our class winner in type and kind. He just doesn't have the extra hair coat today, but I think underneath it all, they're built similar. Just doesn't give you that extra look today that you get from your class winner, but a long-bodied one that's good structured and big-boned steer that is very, very good in my mind. Comes in next, just a little shorter-bodied type of calf, just a meat and potatoes type of calf. Just he's got a lot of muscle expression, and he's good in his loin. He just needs to be a rib longer for me today, and probably a frame score higher, taller, just to have a little bit more practicality in how he's made. The next couple steers that come out in class, long-bodied, profitability type of calves, ones that maybe I'd suck a little frame out of. As they're getting a little escalated in their skeletal divine, I'd like to shorten them up, give them a little bit more muscle expression, but steers that are profitability and real-world type of cattle. A couple steers to round out the class. Just I'd like to change some foot structure. I'd like to soften them up in their body, center part of their body and their flank. Just stouten them up high and see them a little bit more market ready today for their frame size. But a nice class of market steers, one on the top end that's real exciting.
So we're starting out in this first class of the dairy beef cross steers, which is, again, really kind of one of those hot topics in the beef industry anymore if you're paying much attention to it. So, I mean, let's face it, certainly the advantage if you're going to put some beef on dairy and try to do that, you're going to try to do that to get some of those beef characteristics like adding some muscle and mass and dimension to them, increase their dressing percents, increase their meat yield and all that. So, again, I respect dairy steers a lot. They provide a lot of product to the industry, and they're certainly meat animals when they're the spectrum. So, at any rate, we're going to work through this set. Young man's got a steer on the end that to me is kind of the most market ready for the group in here. Now, you can criticize this steer, and I will agree with you. He is too coarse in his shoulder. I'd like to change that about him. I'd like to improve his phenotype a little bit, make him balance up a little bit better. But he is a steer that's the farthest along as far as condition. He is the most appropriate as far as how much condition he's carrying today. And so he's the most market desired, at least in this group of calves that we've got to look at right now. Young man with the next steer is the one that to me is kind of the second most market ready. These are 12 weight steers, or in the 1,200 pound weight range. And what you may be aware of is that the market weight ranges on cattle have exploded. Average market beef steer anymore probably weighs 1,500 pounds, and the dairy steers are up in the 17s all the time. This young man's got a steer that's the second most appropriate as far as the amount of body condition he's got. He's got some decent muscle thickness and dimension when you get behind him, so he's going second today. The young lady, when she walked in with this black and white steer, I thought, well, that's my class winner because I like the way this steer profiles. And when he walks out, he's good in his lines. He's got some look and some desirability to that. You like him a lot in that respect. At the same time, though, he tends to get a little bit frailer in his make. He's a little bit finer boned, and he gets a little bit more narrow, a little bit more shapeless when you get right behind him. So I decided to go ahead and move him down to third. He's done a nice job with that calf. Young man with this red and white calf is one that tends to lean more to that pure dairy side. He's, clearly a cross. I'm not denying that. But he just tends to be a little bit flatter in his rib shape, flatter in his shoulder design, a little flatter and in his hip and quarter when you get behind him. At the same time, he's got a little bit more muscle mass and dimension to work with him than I do in my two that I've got that I'm going to complete the class with. The young man's black and white steer is one that he walks away from you. He gets a little bit flat in his quarter, a little bit narrow in his make. a little fine bone, tends to be a little off in his stride, so he needs to kind of get toward the bottom of the class in this group. And then the young lady's got a steer down here that she said she thinks he's a Normandy cross. They're not exactly sure, that he probably could have fit in the pure dairy steer classes, and I think she's probably right. Certainly has that look, but in a dairy on beef or a beef on dairy class, I'm going to need some more shape and dimension and muscle to move him higher in the class. But that young lady does a nice job of exhibiting that calf.
Results of Class 1 Dairy Beef Crossbred. First blue was exhibited by Preston Skolitsky. Second blue exhibited by Avery Skolitsky. First red exhibited by Olivia Downey. Second red exhibited by Noah Roberts. First white exhibited by Hayden Gibbs. Second white by Cassie Flick. Entering the ring now on the south end of the building is Class 2 Dairy Beef Crossbred. Results from Class number 8 of beef. First blue exhibited by Caleb Weekman. Second blue by Connor Roach. First red exhibited by Alex Lukey. Second red exhibited by Eli Ridequist. First white exhibited by Savannah Gasca. Second white by Brenna Drager. And our first pink by Bailey Drager. In the ring at the north end right now is Class number 9 of beef. The steers in that class range from 1465 to 1504. On the south end in that dairy crossbred class that's in the ring right now, these steers range from 1299 to 1371.
Challenging class of steers over here on the beef side. I think one here in this Hereford mark steer that just doesn't do anything wrong, and I think that's where he wins the class. This is a really high quality type of steer, and I'm not concerned if he's a purebred or not, and I'm not sure of that, but if he is, that's a darn good one. But he's long-bodied. He's good muscled, really good boned, up-headed, good neck for a steer. I think she told me just pushing a little about the 1,500 mark, but one that needs to weigh that. Just extra length of body, really good, the center part of his body. Like I said, big bone, can move, and he's attractive, and he wears that weight well. So I think just a logical place to start that class. When they first came in the ring, I thought I'd use this one here to win. This one on the go is one of the soundest ones we've seen all day. He's really, really soft-footed. He's good boned. He's not overboned, and I think that's what beats him or helps him beat the class here in third. This one here is just good in his lines. He's neat-made. He's market-ready. I just like to stouten him up in his features, but a really, really sound, good-footed one there that leaves. And that's where this guy finds himself in the third hole. Man, you want to find a lot of reasons to use this one. He is so massive. He's the bodybuilder of the class. His muscle expression is flat, impressive. Now, his structure just hasn't found a way to handle all that. He wants to toe out in the front and get a little coarser in his joints, but one that I sure do appreciate his show steer look about him and how massive that one is. This one here that follows behind him is really similar to the one there that lands in third. Both steers kind of shorter backed, massive type of cattle. They're still good in their top. This one here is just a little bit plainer than the one that beats them. The steer that comes in next, he just gets a little steeper in his shoulder. I like this calf. I think he's got good lines. When he get out and move, he just doesn't know how to use his shoulder blade as good as the ones ahead of him. And then the steer that rounds out the class, just a long-bodied, practical-made type of one, just a little bit plainer. Needs a little few more bells and whistles to get up in the class. Really, really challenging, and a really, really good class of market steers. Congratulations.
Results from Class 9 Beef. First blue exhibited by Addison Lukey. Second blue by Isaiah Younger. First red by Elijah Zick. Second red, Walter Lukey. First white, Lucy Stowell. And second white, Allison Egan. Coming into the ring for Class 10 Beef, the steers in this class weigh between 1,501 and 1,663 pounds. That's Class 10 of Beef.
So for reference sake, the average weight in this class is kind of in the low 1300s. And so to me, it's just kind of telltale. It wasn't that many years ago when my kids were showing cattle that we had years that you got your steer over 1,300 pounds, it wasn't going to work. There was like this limit that we had set in our heads that if you got over 13, and then that weight range moved up to like 1,400. If we get them over 14, it's going to be too big. Well, too big has left the harbor. Okay, we're seeing a lot of really good cattle that are weighing 13, 14, 1,500 pounds, and if they're good, they're good. And the market's not really getting hard on them until in the carcass side of things. When they start getting some of the processors are taking them up to 1,100 pound carcass weight before they start discounting them. So we've just got to be a little bit open to getting cattle bigger. And so as we've made them bigger, the cattle that are still big don't look as big anymore. It's just kind of a mind game I'm playing with myself up here. Young Brand brings us a steer down there on the end that if you don't appreciate that steer for the muscle and the thickness and the appropriateness of condition for the kind of steer he is, you're missing something. Young man does a nice job. Of course, he has some good help, and that's the way it ought to be, and he's doing a nice job. They tell me the steer is a British white crossed onto a dairy steer, but again, the steer is thick. He's got a lot of dimension, thick down his top, good big hip in him. Could we make him more correct in some structure stuff? Sure we could. Nice job, young man. We could make some nice changes in that steer, but as far as this class, that steer's the one that puts it together the best. The young man brings us out a red steer that's also, when he walked in, I knew he was going to be probably upper in the class, wasn't sure where he was going to land. This steer is appropriate as far as the amount of condition he's got for where he's at frame-wise. He's got enough condition. He just doesn't have the muscle mass and dimension of that steer that led out the class ahead of him, so he has to go second. Young lady does a nice job with this black steer. This black steer gets a little bit frailer in his makeup, a little finer bone, a little shallower body, a little more narrow when you get behind him. She does a nice job with him. Steer just needs to come along a couple more, well, probably another month on feed would be good for the calf. Certainly a couple more weeks, another 100 pounds would go a long ways on that calf. Young lady's got a red and white steer here that she says just misses his friends, which I don't know what that's like, because when I say you've got a friend, I say what that's like. What is that like? Anyway, she does a nice job. Steer is kind of where he needs to be. Condition. Well, he needs more condition. He needs more time on feed. I just like to pull him apart, make him a little thicker and broader when I get behind him and watch him move away from him and pick him up as far as his muscle and his dimension. Young lady's all black steer here is one that gets a little bit flat, a little bit narrow in his make, flat in his rib, flat in his shoulder, a little bit straight, upright in that front shoulder as well. And then the young man we're going to complete the class with is one that, again, like the steer that led out ahead of him, one that just needs more time on feed, maturity, to go ahead and be just more on track from the market readiness side of things. He also kind of struggles out of his front structure, as you can tell when he goes out of the ring. Nice set of steers.
Results from Class 2 dairy beef crossbreds. First blue exhibited by Avery Roberts. Second blue by Adam Roach. First red exhibited by Kennedy Wagner. Second red by Harmony Henschel Parr. First white by Ella Breaker. And second white by Joshua Gunther. Coming into the ring on the south end of the building is Class 3 dairy beef crossbreds. These steers weigh between 1,402 pounds and 1,503 pounds.
As we get into our heavyweight class here, I think there's a steer here that just sorts himself on faults. This one here is the most fault-free of the whole class. He's good in his joints and can move and get out and go. He handles his weight well, much more easier as far as his structure goes, and is clean jointed. Like I said, as far as the other steers in the class, this one can handle the weight. Now, to make that one really competitive, you can knock him down a frame score. I really like that one's package, and I think he'd be a whole lot better. As it gets a little tougher as we get down into these ones, like I said, we're getting into these heavier weights. It gets a little harder to keep structure together, and that's where we're going to find most of our faults here. This one here is just really massive in his design, and he's got a lot of red meat to him. He's just getting heavier. It was probably 12 o'clock a few days ago and just getting a little bit wastier on the bottom of his cavity. The red and white steer here, he's a long-bodied calf. That's decent structure. I'd like to see him handle his back hock just a touch better. I'd like to see him a little bit neater about his head and neck, but a long-bodied, practical type of calf. The black one that comes in next, he's got a hock, his back right hock, that's just kind of bothering him today. But a steer that's market ready and long-bodied, I'd just like to see him a little bit more structurally sound, and I'd like to change his toe size. The black and white steer that rounds out the class, he's just a little bit more restricted about how he gets out and moves. The one that you got to appreciate about the red meat he has in him, he's definitely got up and went to the feed bunk because he's definitely market ready today. I just wish he could do it with a little bit more ease. But nice class of market steers. Congratulations.
Results from Class 10 Beef. First blue exhibited by Taylor Hunt. Second blue exhibited by Mackenzie Prosser. First red exhibited by Savannah Gasca. Second red by Olivia Bird. And first white by Walter Lukey. Just a reminder that we are going to do our championship drive at the end once all of the market show is complete. We're going to start with dairy, we're then going with beef, and then we're going with the crossbreds. We need to make sure that we need our first and second blues from our classes. The first blue should be ready to come in the ring. Second blue should be on standby if we need you after the naming of the champion.
So it was a number of years ago at the Dodge County Fair that I encountered my first Montpelier. And I will admit to you, when they were in the ring with the dairy steers, I was saying, okay, what is that? Because I haven't seen one of those before. And so I got an education. So you can always get an education, and hopefully you're always open to it. Young man's got a nice Montpelier black and white dairy steer cross down here that I think has to win this class. The steer's got some thickness. He's got shape and dimension down his top. We could correct him as far as his hip structure and all of that, but he's a steer that needs to win the class. So you can go ahead and pull him out. Young man comes in next. He's been in the ring a few times. You got a steer that is on track as far as finish. He's on track as far as body condition. He's certainly on track with the weights that we're getting these steers to right now. He's a steer that needs to go second because he's got the most muscle mass and dimension of the steers that go ahead and come below him. Even if you could argue he's a little off in his rump structure, but it's not bad enough to me. He's the second best steer in this group. Young man's got a solid red steer here. I like the way the steer profiles. I like the job the young man does exhibiting this calf. The calf tends to get a little bit shallow in his flank, tends to get a little bit narrow and flat behind when he goes away from you. Tends to be a little bit refined in his bone structure, or he can maybe place a little higher. Then we got the young lady's red and white calf that, again, is one that tends to get a little bit flat in his rib, flat in his shoulder, a little flat and narrow when you get right behind him. But again, she's done a nice job of feeding this calf, getting him going, getting him to this point so that he's ready to go to the fair. He's close to being where he needs to be condition-wise for his frame type, and that's why he needs to come in next. Young man's red steer we're going to come in next with is one that when you get right behind him, he tends to get really close, and it closes up a lot at the hock, tends to get pretty shallow in his flank, and he just simply doesn't balance up well enough for me. I'd like to drop him in his flank, make him deeper bodied, and make him balance up a lot better, and certainly give him more quarter as he goes away from you. Then we complete the class with young man's all black steer, a few white markings on him. He just gets a little bit too flat and a little bit too shapeless for me to move higher in the class today. Thank you.
Results from Class 3 Dairy Beef Crossbreds. First blue exhibited by Everett. Second blue by Connor Schneider. First red, Oliver Stowell. Second red, Olivia Klug. First white, Jordan Meir. And second white, Wyatt Breaker. Entering the ring at this time, we have Class number 4 Dairy Beef Crossbreds. The steers in this class weigh between 1,418 pounds and 1,583 pounds. Once again, we'd like to thank our show ring help today. We can't really do it without them. We'd like to thank Jeremiah Christensen, Jesse Christensen, Casey Lenz, Evan Paul, Ralph Paul, Jake Kern, Joe Kern, Lizzie Kern, and we'd like to thank our computer guru up here, Megan Gunther. Let's give everybody a big round of applause, please. There's some simple closures. I think that's why
as we continue to move through these heavier weight on the beef dairy cross steers. Going to start the class with this young man's black steer with the white markings. A steer that you can criticize and say, boy, you wish he was stronger down his top, but that steer is chock full of muscle. He's the thickest made, biggest bodied steer in the class. Yes, I'd like to correct him down his top. I'll grant you that, but at the same time, the steer is one that kind of carries the most volume of muscle and product in him. He's reasonably sound from a structural standpoint, so to me, he's the steer that goes ahead and needs to win the class. Young man's steer, the all black steer that's next, is one that you really like the way that steer profiles. Level top, level design, good in his structure. Just doesn't quite have the amount of muscle and mass and dimension as our class winner, and so for me, he needs to go second. Those steers are finished right where they need to be in my mind at this point in time frame, but I just need to make that little change to make this second place steer compete with the class winner. Young lady's black steer, black and white steer that I've got coming in third is a steer that I like a lot. Steer is level down his top, good in his hip structure, does not have the muscling, the muscle to bone ratio working for him that the two calves that finished ahead of him do. Gets a little finer and frailer when you get right behind him, but certainly a nice steer that she's done a nice job with. Young lady's red and white steer is one that's a bit, I guess I'll go ahead and say a little plainer his type, tends to get a little bit flatter in his shoulder design, a little flatter in his rib, not quite as desirable as far as when you get right behind him as far as level of finish or the thickness and mass, but she's done a nice job with that calf as well. Young man's black and white steer is one that, again, you can appreciate for what he is. Long-bodied, growthy, productive kind of steer, certainly acceptable as far as body mass and dimension. Like to give him put more muscle in him when I get right behind him, just thicken him up, pull him apart in that regard. Again, give him more of that beef character we're trying to inject into these beef on dairy calves. Young lady's calf we're going to complete the class with. This one's a lot like the steer that finished just ahead of her. You could argue and go the other way with that pair. Wouldn't really take issue with you. I just like to deepen him in his flank structure and pull him apart through his rib, make him a little thicker as he goes away from me. But that's a nice set of heavier weight beef on dairy cross steers.
Results of class number 4, dairy beef crossbred class. First blue was exhibited by Hudson Henschel Parr. Second blue exhibited by Ben Roach. First red exhibited by Ava Gunther. Second red by Olivia Klug. First white by Casey Salmi. And second white by Savannah Maher. Coming into the ring at this time, we have class 5 dairy beef crossbreds. The animals in this class range between 1,614 pounds and 1,672 pounds. Just a reminder, we have a total of 6 dairy beef crossbred classes. Immediately following the final class, we're going to go right into the championship drive. We're going to start with the dairy, we're then moving into the beef, and then going into the crossbreds. We need those first place animals to please come to the ring, and we need to have the second ones on standby ready to come in based on who is selected as champion. This is a reminder, following the naming of our champions, we're going to move into showmanship. Beef exhibitors, please come on up to the head table behind the announcer stand here to please get signed up. We'd love to see all of our exhibitors participate in showmanship. So come on up here. Please make sure you get your name on the hot pink sheets behind us. This is a reminder, folks. We're going to have all of the champions, the dairy, the beef, the crossbreds. Everybody's going to check in at the north end of the Farm Progress Arena, please. So everybody check in, even the dairy and the crossbreds. Please check in at the north end.
these heavyweight steers on this range, and again, these calves are all, I mean, the kids, they give the exhibitors a lot of credit. They takes a lot of time, a lot of energy, and certainly a lot of feed to get the cattle fed to these weights, and you got to, everybody knows this plan begins right now for next year. It's already being designed right now as far as a lot of calves being selected and being, picked out to be put on to feed for next year, depending on when a young person's show career is or what their exhibitor opportunities are. But anyway, the young lady on the end's got the one that to me kind of, again, does the best job of combining that look, that presence as far as the ring goes. He's level topped, he's correct in his hip design, he's deep bodied, he's level made, he bounces up, he's certainly desirable as far as the amount of muscle he's got. He's not over conditioned, so he just kind of needs to be the steer that wins this class. Young man that comes out next is a steer that's probably got a tick more muscle working for him than the one that won the class, but not a lot. But he gives up as far as design. I can shake left-handed too. He gives up a little bit as far as muscle when you get right behind him. Gives up a little bit as far as his design when you get back into his hip structure and the way he walks out. Young lady's black and white steer is one that I can appreciate in a lot of ways. She's done a nice job with him. He just doesn't quite have the dimension in his center body of the steers that placed ahead of him, some of the natural thickness placed out ahead of him. Young man's black steer that comes in fourth in class is one that really does profile reasonably well. He's level top, level design. He tends to not be as sound in his structure. He's a bit frailer in his make than the steers that placed ahead of him. But the young man's done a nice job with him. Steer's got a look and a presence. He just doesn't quite have the package as far as muscle and dimension to match up with it to go ahead and place higher. Young lady's red and white steer we're going to come in next with in the class is one that I can appreciate. I mean, he's a heavy structured, big bone steer, certainly grown well. To me, he just kind of gets a little lacking when I get right behind him into his hip and his hind leg structure and the muscle he's got working there, as well as a young man's predominantly black steer that we're going to complete the class with, is one that, you can again appreciate the amount of time and the effort this young man's put in. Steer gives up a lot as far as his movement, his mobility, as far as the way he works in there. At the same time, he also doesn't have the dimension of muscle to work with to go any higher in the class as well. A nice set of heavyweight steers.
Congratulations to our winners of Class 5 Dairy Beef Crossbreds. First blue was exhibited by Paige Lester. Second blue by Matthew Roach. First red exhibited by Charlotte Rake. Second red by Luke Roach. First white by Savannah Maher. And second white by Joshua Gunther. Coming into the ring is our final dairy crossbred between 1685 and 1946. At this time, we are going to ask that all first blue ribbon winners from the dairy classes today, please start checking in at the north end of the Farm Progress Arena. We're looking for our first places to check in and our second places from each class to please be on standby. The championship drive will immediately follow this class. Again, we're going dairy, beef, and then crossbreds. right, we are looking for the following exhibitors to bring their steers to the north end of the Farm Progress Arena. Dairy, Class 5, Bruce Bering. We need Caden Leppel from Class 1. We need Caden Leppel from Class 3. We need Connor Schneider from Class 4. We need Charlotte Rake from Class 5 and Brandon Bering from Class 6. Please bring those animals to the north end of the Farm Progress Arena for the championship drive, please.
So what we've got to work with in this group, just in case the weights slipped by you or you're having a conversation, the lightest weight steer in here is just barely under 1,700 pounds, and the big black calf weighs about 1,900 pounds, and the big black calf weighs about 19 and a half. Now, I'll say this from the outset, if you're going to weigh 19 and a half, that's the way you want to weigh 19 and a half. That steer is big. He's not underfinished. He's not overdone. He's just a good big calf. Now, the calf I used ahead of him, which already exited stage right, was the calf that I felt like needed to win the class. He had the most muscle. He had the most dimension. I felt like he was structurally the most on track, and so he needed to be the class winner. Young man with a big black calf is going to be second in this class. So the steer's just, big at 1946. He is not way overdone, but again, he's going to carry more condition than you expect just because of the sheer mass that you've got working with him. But at the same time, the steer is not way overdone. He's not a big, sloppy, fat, wasty-middled, overdone steer in that regard. That's why I use a nice job with that calf. Young lady's big red and white calf she's got going out is one kind of a big raw bone steer. He doesn't quite have the muscle and dimension of top and quarter of the steers that placed ahead of him, so he's going to need to be third in this class. Young man goes out next with a red and white calf that I respect a lot. A nice Montpelier calf that the young man's worked with. The steer, again, doesn't quite have the muscle and dimension of the calves that placed ahead of him, but again, the steer is really good as far as the profile he gives you. Again, the steer is really good as far as the profile he gives you, as far as that look that he gives you for this class. Then the young lady's red and white calf we're going to complete the class with is kind of a bit of a handful today. Tends to get a little bit more narrow when you get behind him, a little more up in his flank, a little less dimension when I've got working as he goes away from me. She's done obviously an outstanding job with this calf, but he does need to complete the class today. Congratulations to that batch of exhibitors with those super heavyweights.
Results from class number 6 of our dairy beef crossbreds. First blue was exhibited by Brody Bering. Second blue by Malcolm Spoke. First red exhibited by Gracie Weekman. Second red, Caleb Weekman. And our first white by Faith Weekman. We are now moving into our championship drive. We are going to start with our dairy class first. So those animals should be checking in at the north end of the Farm Progress Arena. Immediately following dairy, we should be asked from the beef classes to please make their way in and check in, and then followed by the crossbreds. Following our championship drive, we're going to be moving into our showmanship classes. In our showmanship classes, we'll be starting with our oldest classes first, and then moving back to the younger classes. So if you've not signed up for showmanship yet, please come back to the announcer stand behind us. There are hot pink sheets. Please come back to the announcer stand behind us. There are hot pink sheets to please get signed in on. We encourage all of our beef exhibitors to please participate in showmanship. Again, we'll start with the oldest group and work our way back down to our first year exhibitors. But coming in the ring at this time should be our championship drive for the dairy beef classes. Coming in the ring today for our championship drive for the dairy. Our first place exhibitor in Class 1 is Camden Atkins. Is Ava Gunther. The winner for our Class 2 was Hudson Henschel Parr. The Class 3 winner was Bentley Gens. The Class 3 winner was Bentley Gens. Class 4 winner was Matthew Roach. Class 5 winner was Bryce Bearing. And Class 6 was Paige Lester. Take your steers up to the gates, exhibitors. Take your steers up to the gates, please. Coming in now in the ring now are the runners-up from those classes. From Class 1, the runner-up was Caden Leppo. From Class 2 was Bailey Drager. From Class 3 was Caden Leppo. From Class 4 was Connor Schneider. From Class 5 was Charlotte Rake. And from Class 6 was Brandon Bearing. At this time, we'd like to make sure that our beef classes are making their way and getting checked in. Should be checking in at this time.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Michelle Stangler, your 2024 Dodge County Fair. I'm Michelle Stangler, your 2024 Dodge County Fair of the Fair, and wow, it is so fun to have the stands packed, and it's great to see so many supporters of the beef industry here. Don't forget, of course, I know many of you may know the meat animal auction happening tomorrow night, where you can come support our youth more, and of course, so much else happening throughout these next few days. We have Supreme Showmanship on Saturday nights, where you may see some of these exhibitors as they go into showmanship here shortly. Make sure tonight is the Badger State Truck and Tractor Bowl. You can get a bite to eat. There is just so much to have fun. And then, of course, follow along on the Dodge County Fairgrounds Facebook and Instagram and the Dodge County Fair to make sure you know what's happening every day. Thanks for being here and encouraging these youth.
Other judges making his final decisions regarding our round of applause. They've done a great job showcasing their animals today.
I won't belabor this too long because you've probably already heard enough of what we've talked about as far as description of cattle and the classes and all of that. And again, having had 6 kids that showed, we figured up the last year that we exhibited that my youngest kid was done. It completed 27 years straight in our county fair, and I'm okay. Kids coming, but I'm okay for now without having a dog in the fight, so to speak. But no, we enjoyed it a lot. The kids showed beef cattle primarily. We also showed hogs. Had a few years of showing some lambs. We found out we were not very good at getting lambs ready and showing them. So it finally took us a little while to figure that out and thought, nope, we're not very good at this. Let's just go back to what we think we can be okay at. Again, I applaud these young people on the job they've done. We kind of wonder why the cattle act up and all, but keep in mind they've been stuck in their stalls and they come in here and they got nice airflow, the fans blowing on them, and they've got room to roll, and so they can get a little excited and kind of work with it. So we always hope when they do. I always heard people say, "Oh, never let go, never let go." No, let go, don't get hurt. Don't let go until you have to let go, but don't get hurt is for me priority one on that. But anyway, I always kind of emphasize that. Got a nice set of steers out here. You're working with the calves down here on the end that are essentially, a young lady on the end is just shy of 1,400 pounds. Then we go through 2 that are in the 14s, and we got a couple of 15 weights, and then we got a 16 weight up here. That's the range that we've got to work with on these classes. And so I think one of the challenges we have when we're looking at dairy steers, and again, I can appreciate they are what they are. They're not bred to be beef animals. They are a byproduct of the dairy industry. They happen to just be a very contributing compart to the beef industry, though at the same time. So that being said, I really like the design of that lighter weight steer on the end. To me, his time his best time would be ahead of him a little bit, farther out a little bit. I think if I could push him to a little heavier weight, that I'd like farther out a little bit. Think if I could push him to a little heavier weight, that I'd like him a little bit more, and he'd be very competitive. I think the next couple of steers are also in that category, but the Class 2 winner is one that's got the muscle and the mass for him. He doesn't balance up as much as some of the others, but he is a nice steer. The young man out of the 3rd class, the one's got a moderate frame steer. He's got the cover, he's got the condition. He's got more muscle than a lot of the calves that were obviously in his class. And so that's why he needed to win that class. The young man out of Class 4 has got a steer that when he gets him to stand right and gets him to kind of stand like he ought to, steer bounces up fairly nicely. He's got some decent top shape to him, a decent quarter to him, not a bad calf. Same thing with the young man out of Class 5. Steer tends to maybe get off in his hip, gets up in his flank a little bit, but you know what? He's a nice calf, and so you got to give him appreciation for that. Then the young lady with the steer out of the last class is one that just profiles really nicely. But at the same time, he's got that look, he's got that presence, and everything that you look for in a show steer. And even though this is a dairy steer class, they are at the show to be acknowledged as steers and as show steers. He's going to be your class winner. He's going to be the dairy steer champion. And the young man out of Class 4 is going to be a reserve. Congratulations.
Congratulations, our champion dairy steer today is exhibited by Paige Lester. Our reserve was a winner from Class 4, exhibited by Matthew Roach. Congratulations. At this time, we are looking for, next we're going to do our beef champion drive, but we are looking for the Class 3 winner, Bentley Gens. I know, Bentley, you're in the ring right now, but we need your steer ready to come in. And then we also need, from Class 10, the second blue, Mackenzie Prosser. If you can please check in with those beef steers right away so we can get that drive started. Our third overall steer today, congratulations to Bentley Gens. All right, at this point, we're looking for our first and second blues from the beef show today. From the first class, we should have Camden Atkins. From class 2, we should have Isaiah Younger. From class 3, Bentley Gens. From class 4, Eason Keel. From class 5, from class 5, from class, from class, I have nothing. Did somebody unplug us? From class 5. From class 5, we have Faith Weekman. From class 7, Madison Wagner. From class 7, Caden Atkins. From class 8, Caleb Weekman. From class 9, Addison Lukey. And from class 10, Taylor Hunt. Those are our first blues. Following them in the ring, we should have our second blues for an opportunity at reserve. We should have from class 1, Cashton Atkins. From class 2, Caden Atkins. From class 3, Kaylee Zupke. From class 4, Addison Lukey. From class 5, Alex Lukey. Class 7, Piper Murfeld. From class 8, Connor Roach. From class 9, Isaiah Younger. From class 9, Mackenzie Prosser. And from class 10, Mackenzie Prosser. Ladies and gentlemen, here are your first and second place winners in all of the beef classes today. How about we give these kids a big round of applause for putting together these types of animals. These types of animals.
Well, if we could just start off by giving all the exhibitors a big round of applause. Well, if we could just start off by giving all the exhibitors a big round of applause. What an outstanding show today, and it's an honor of mine to be here and have my opinion respected enough. I guess what I just want to say is today is my opinion. Everybody's right to their own, and I think what we need in the world here these days is maybe that we can just take back and take a perspective of it's okay to have different opinions than somebody else, and it's okay to disagree, and we can still be friends. But I guess today I'm holding the mic, and the cattle that I've seen all day, I'm not going to go back and talk every one of these ones, but I always start at the basics first. Start at the ground, make sure your structure's good, make sure you're good in the middle part of your body and your body cavity is right, and then we add muscle. And then once we add muscle, if that's all put together in a nice package, then we're looking for a little extra eye appeal. I think there's a couple out here today that sort really easy for me, and I think those two are close. So there's some decisions there again for having me. All the juniors for being so pleasant and thankful today. It's been an absolute joy. I'll go and show you a Grand Champion steer.
Congratulations to our champion beef steer today, exhibited by Caleb Weekman. Moving into position for consideration is Connor Roach. Congratulations, your reserve champion beef steer was exhibited by Faith Weekman. Moving into position Moving into position for the the third animal is Alex Lukey. Congratulations, our number 3 steer is Easton Kyle. Easton Kyle. Congratulations to our beef exhibitors. We're now going to be bringing in our dairy crosses for the naming of our dairy crosses. We're then going to move right into showmanship. We're going to be starting with the oldest exhibitors first and moving our way back to the youngest. So Gary, if you haven't signed up, please get up here, sign up on the hot pink sheets so we can get you signed up for showmanship. Coming into the ring at this time, we'll have our dairy cross steers coming in. What we're looking for from Class 1, Preston Skalitsky. From Class 2, Avery. 1, Preston Skalitsky. From Class 2, Avery Roberts. From Class 3, Everett Klug. From Class 4, Hudson Henschel Parr. From Class 5, Paige Lester. And from Class 6, Brody Beringer. The second place blues, which we're also going to want, from Class 1 was Avery Skolitsky. From Class 2, Adam Roach. From Class 3, Connor Schneider. From Class 4, Ben Roach. From Class 5, Matthew Roach. And from Class 6, Malcolm Spoke. Just a reminder, in the ring right now, we have our championship drive for our crossbred steers. Immediately following this, we're going to go right into showmanship, starting with our oldest group of showmen.
So again, beef on dairy class, which is really interesting. And again, I think it shows the dynamics that are taking place in the whole of the beef industry right now in a lot of ways. We're making the cattle bigger. We're using technology, sex semen, and other things to look for opportunities to expand the production side of the whole of the livestock industry. And again, we're looking at record prices, or at least we have in the last year. So it's been a pretty good time to be at least in the beef business. The beef on dairy thing I think is really interesting. Again, my whole thing is, we still want the cattle to have some look. We want them to have some desirability about them. But again, we're looking for the ones that have really kind of taken that beef side and added to all the things that the dairy steer brings, and just accentuating it with a little bit more, spring and dimension and muscle and yield to work with. So that being said, it's been a good time for me. I've enjoyed the opportunity. I will tell you, I offered to your beef judge that we could really kind of mix it up, and he could judge the dairy class and the dairy steer champion, and I'd do the beef champion. But he said that would probably not be a good idea. That some of you would probably not like that very much. But I will tell you, I matched him on those top two, and I didn't know enough to match him on the third one. But I don't disagree with a thing. Not that matters to any of you, but it was fun for me to look on. It's always fun to watch somebody else judge, and that's always a good time for me. But anyway, I'll go grab you it's a top three, right? Okay, I'll go grab you a top three. I've enjoyed it. I guess showmanship after this, so I don't get to be done talking to you yet, but we'll get this pick taken care of. So thank you, and I'll get you a top three.
Congratulations to our exhibitor for champion crossbred by Brody Beringer. Once again, congratulations to Brody Bering for our champion crossbred. Congratulations to our reserve champion, Hudson Henschel Parr. And number 3 goes to Avery Roberts. Congratulations to all of our exhibitors today. Reminder, we are starting now with our showmanship, starting with our oldest exhibitors. All right, coming into the ring at this time, we will start bringing exhibitors of 10th grade and up.
So I'm going to tell you a little bit about how this is going to work. And I'm going to pull out about 5 or 6 individuals that are going to be our pink ribbons, and then I'm going to go through and I'm going to pick out some white ribbons with the goal of getting down to about the 10 that are going to be our top 10 that I'll have go a little bit more. Now, to you exhibitors, what you have to know is that some of you, this is the first or second time I've seen you in the ring today. Some of the others of you I've seen more, obviously. Trying to put that out of my mind. I'm trying to think about what you brought when you first entered the ring right now. I'm trying to think about what you brought when you first entered the ring right now. Okay? So, and again, as you probably know, or if you don't know, showmanship is about not only who's doing a good job of getting their animal exhibited themselves, but it's also well known that your animal can take you right out of showmanship if they're not really performing for you and working with you. And so that's just kind of the way showmanship works. With me and my family, we valued showmanship. And my kids worked really hard at it. And they had some success at it. So I want to give you that credit. But I'm going to go ahead and pull out about 5 or 6 individuals. We're going to pull you out, excuse you from the ring. Then I'm going to work the others just a little bit more, pull out another group. We just kind of keep going from there, okay? All right. So again, a bit of reality and showmanship is it's a lot about impressions. It's about how the animal was performing for you that day and things of that nature. So the 5 that I went ahead and pulled out, I'm going to say it was largely about how quickly you were to the stick to get them set up when you got them. It's how well you had their feet placed when I was kind of happened to look at you or whatever like that. I'll use an example, a young man on the end, a number of times he just wasn't standing right for you. He was standing kind of cockeyed, didn't have his feet set or whatever. I appreciate the fact that you were absolutely on time for showmanship. You were the first one in here and you were leading out and all that. My second son's last year, he decided it was his last year, and he goes, no, I don't want to. And I thought, it's his last year. Well, then he decided, oh, maybe I will do showmanship. So he and another young woman decided they were going to go in there. They were late for showmanship. I knew the judge. He didn't know my kids, which is just fine. I respected the judge, still do. He buried my kid, didn't even give him a second look. He got done talking showmanship, and he said, oh, yeah, and to the 2 on the end, don't be late to showmanship. Oh, yeah, and to the 2 on the end, don't be late to showmanship. So that's just kind of what it is. Young lady next with your big gray steer, that big muscular steer, nice job on that calf. You were just a little slower when you came around to kind of get on the stick, and you were kind of not quite having it together to get him pulled together for it like that. Young man with the black in the center here, just a few times he just wasn't quite standing for you the way you wanted. It just seemed like it wasn't quite coming together for you as well as I wanted it to, okay? Young lady with the big heifer, she said when the heifer doesn't want to walk, she says she's pregnant and she's hot. I get it. But, and that just kind of works against, I have no question of her abilities in showmanship. It's just, you kind of get to work with the one you brought, and if they take you out, then sometimes they take you out. My youngest son, his last year of exhibiting hogs at Dane County, he had won it. He'd almost won it the year before in showmanship. Success with a couple of barrows. He had won champion barrow. He's in there for showmanship. He's determined he's going to win it. He'd already won beef showmanship the day before and the year before. He was going to win swine showmanship. Got in there for swine showmanship. It was that barrow's 4th time in the ring. One was as the class, then the other was breed winner, and then the third one was for, I think it was overall something or other, but anyway, it was overall champion. This was his 4th or other, but anyway, it was overall champion. This was his 4th time in the ring. The barrow was done. He said, no, you are not winning today. And he shut down on him, and the judge went over to him and said, just let him sit over there. He is done. He's done. This is not your day for showmanship. So, but anyway, nice job with the big heifer. She'll appreciate getting the daylights out of here and being able to go back to her stall under a fan and lay down. And then young lady with the black steer I pulled in next. You just didn't quite have his feet set like I wanted you to a lot of the times. He tended to be set up really, really square on the profile, and I just prefer that little bit of offset like he's got there right now. But I caught you a few times when you were just, he was squared up on the back and even placed a little bit narrow in the back as well. So I want to make a change in that. So to the 5 of you still on the ring, you're making it hard, and that's your job. You already know that. I'm going to make you work, and I'm going to have you guys work just a little bit more. I've got a pretty good idea what I want to do, but I'm going to make you work for it just a little bit more. So we'll just go ahead, and young lady on the end, if you want to walk out, we'll take a bit of an abbreviated. We don't want to go the whole way. We'll just kind of cut it off about a quarter of the way down here. We'll kind of keep you more in this central area. So in the middle of July, I went down to Greene County and I sorted a class of 34, 35 steers. That was what they had as a kind of an ultrasound class, so they wanted to be ranked live, and then they wanted them to be. They haven't gotten back to me to tell me how well my live sort matched up with the ultrasound. I'm looking forward to seeing, just because I'm a data hound on some of that stuff. But so that was kind of reminiscent when I had 30-some steers in a big ring, and I did the same thing. We sorted off some that were not ready and not where they needed to be and all that. That's more of a challenge in showmanship because there's not the ones that are clearly not ready like there are with cattle. And I will tell you every day of the week that it is easier to judge steers and heifers. I will tell you every day of the week that it is easier to judge steers and heifers than it is to judge young people, because on the steers and heifers you can be critical, you can pick them apart and all the rest of that, and the young people make it a lot harder. But in this set of 5 that I've got out here, and I hope the ones that already were excused, I hope they're paying attention. So much of showmanship is about presence. It's about how you are presenting yourself, how you're presenting the animal. The animal's working for you, and it is a lot of impression, and it's personal preference. So I'll give you a few examples. A young lady on the end with the Hereford mark steer, she does a nice job. She's clearly a semi-professional. She does an excellent job of working with that calf. The calf is not working for her today. She's had to drag him every step of the way. He's tired. He's saying, how can I just go back to my stall and move on? Okay, but she does an excellent job. She does a really nice job. The young man with the black heifer, he also does a nice job. I mean, he has always got that calf set up. He's paying attention. He knows where he does a nice job. Young lady with your reserve steer clearly, does a job that is one that you have to look at and admire. Always knows where she wants to steer, where she wants his feet placed, and all the rest of that. Same as the young man in front of her with your champion steer, because I was watching that pick and all that, and that was fun to watch. And, obviously also does a really nice job, very professional on the lead and all the rest of that. And then the young lady on the end has got some of that look and presence more so honestly has got some of that look and presence more so honestly when you're standing still. You tend to have more of that total complete package. Otherwise the steer's made you struggle some today, and I recognize that. So again, it comes down to impression. I think they've all done a nice job. I've heard other people that judge showmanship say you just want to make sure you're picking the ones that you'd want to have on the lead of yours when you go into the ring. I'm going home after this show because I got a trailer to load, and we're heading for Iowa State Fair with 3 head tomorrow morning about 4. So I need to be more succinct in my conversation so I can get home and load a trailer. But at any rate, there are some individuals in here I'd be happy to have come along and show for us. That's without question. But anyway, I'm going to go ahead and place this group. I'm going to start with number 5, young lady on the end. You're going to be our 5th place exhibitor in this group. Again, that steer hasn't necessarily helped you out a lot, but you've done a nice job of recovering. Probably been higher if the steer would have worked a little bit better for you, but that's one of the ways it works. Young man with a black heifer, you're going to be 3rd. And again, you've done a nice job, and again, just a very professional job. Nice job. And so that leaves 2. And I forgot to bring my 2-headed coin. So now what am I supposed to do? Young man, you're going to be the champion today. Young lady, you're going to continue as reserve. Nice job. Be the champion today. Young lady, you're going to continue as reserve. Nice job.
Congratulations to our senior showmanship winners. Placing first was Caleb Weekman. Second went to Faith Weekman. And third was Charlie Kircher. Fourth was Addison Lukey. Sixth was Madison Wagner. 7th was Gracie Weekman. 8th was Caden Atkins. Congratulations to our senior showmanship exhibitors. Coming in the ring at this time should be our intermediate exhibitors. Our intermediate exhibitors are grades 7 through 9. Just an announcement, folks. We are going to be starting the sheep lead line in about 5 minutes, okay?
So again, just trying to work with a large group, and again, nice job to all you young exhibitors. Again, value showmanship a lot. If I didn't quite see you right, that's on me. But again, I'm kind of working with the impressions I've got. And again, a lot of it's about the presence. How do you present yourself? How the animal works for you, and things of that nature. Just a few comments as we go down through the line. It's really important. One of the things that I value. It's really important. One of the things that I value so much when you're on the halter, and like when you've got a judge that's going to move around you, everything you need to do needs to be smooth. It's not the accentuated movement from one side to the other, or any of that, or no choppy steps. It's just nice transitions, nice smooth transition. Just move from one side to the other, not the quick and abrupt. One little thing I'll mention to the young lady on the far side of the ring from me: if you're going to transition over to give me a better opened up look to the left side of your calf, that's fine, but I don't want you to go all the way to the other side of the calf. Stop a little short of that. You need to just, I always told my kids, when you're doing this, you're going to be, if the judge is back here, I'm going to be back here. I'm going to have my arm extend. I'm going to be off the calf so they can see it. Judge comes around behind me. I'm going to move slowly in front and scratch. I'm going to stand at most almost in front of it, but just mostly you're going to give some separation. And again, to the young lady that's standing next in front of you, a lot of times I'll catch your calf when it's not quite standing in the feet positioning that I wish it was. You do a nice job, but I'm not quite getting it positioned the way I want to. The young people down through here, the one comment I'll make as well is that I get it. There are certain parents, and I'm not dogging on parents because I are one, but there's a look that you want to have when you go in showmanship, and it does not look that you want to have when you go in showmanship, and it does not need to be a big smile. I've joked before, and I've said, when you got a smile, when you got a face like mine, you are not used to young people smiling at you. Makes me nervous. Okay, but no, it's have a demeanor that you look like you don't hate being there, but you don't have to put on a big smile. It's just, I want you to be about business. Okay, you need to be about business. The deliberation, it's the look that you're giving is saying to that judge, whoever's doing it, you need to see this calf. If you don't see this calf, you're the one that's missing out. It's that look of determination, confidence, just kind of being there at one with that calf, but you're giving the look of like, you got to see this one. If you don't see this one, you're missing out. And then it's the not standing all, cockeyed and things like that. You don't want to do any of that. But at any rate, these folks have all done a nice job. I really appreciate them. You are going to be fourth. Young lady with the black steer there, you're going to be third. These two up here make it tough. Young lady in the lead, you are going to be a reserve champion. And young lady with the brace, you are going to be the champion today. Congratulations.
Congratulations to our blue ribbon winners of our intermediate showmanship class. First, our champion intermediate showman was Piper Murfeld. Our reserve champion intermediate exhibitor was Lucy Stowell. In third was Natalie Gibbs. In fourth, blue ribbon beef showmanship exhibitors. Coming into the ring at this time will be our junior showmanship, grades 5 and 6. Then that will be followed up by our beginner showmanship, which is any first-year exhibitor.
So again, and I know the day's been kind of long, it's certainly for these young people and all that, so I go ahead and cut to the chase a little bit. So again, showmanship's about presence, about presentation, it's about being smooth, being calm, being relaxed, and all that. So again, think about body position. If you show cattle a little longer, if you've got an animal that won't like reposition their feet the way you want them to, if maybe they've come in, they've walked in, they've maybe done the offset on the left rear a little bit like you want them to, or they've done it too much, or they've done it not at all, or whatever like that. Once in a while, I mean, besides just walking them out and bringing them in again and trying to get them to stick the landing, which is what I always call it, get them to stick that landing, is also think about your head positioning and pressure on the halter, because if you think about your head positioning and pressure on the halter, because if you need them, and you'll do this sometimes, you're trying to get them to move a foot back just a little. They pick it up and they put it right back, and you touch it and they pick it up and they put it right back. Well, if you lean back on the halter just a little bit and change their balance just a little bit, sometimes they'll pick that up and they'll go ahead and set it back just a little bit. Same thing on the front feet. Or if you want them to move the one outside, push their head away from you a little bit, and then they're more likely to go ahead and set that foot forward some. A lot of things about head control and balance of the body that lead into getting the animal to work for you. The thing I'll tell the young people I still got standing out here, and this applies to all of them, is don't let the fact that you got a judge walking around you get you flustered or anything like that. Young lady down here, at one point you were kind of caught down there and kind of like, whoa, wait, which way do I go? He's standing there or whatever like that. And for a minute you were kind of a little caught, I think, unawares with where you ought to be. Don't let that, just all about focus. Your job is ability. Young man on the far end, he's doing a nice job. I'd just like him to be a little smoother. Young lady here with the black steer does a nice job as well. So I just, the way it works out for me though today, fourth place is going to be the young lady here with the black steer. The young lady standing to my right here with the big red calf is going to be third. Young man on the end, you are going to be reserve in this showmanship, and young lady with that shorthorn pattern, you won this one from the time you got in here. Nice job. Pattern, you won this one from the time you got in here. Nice job.
Congratulations to our blue ribbon winners of our junior showmanship class today was Jocelyn Edmonds. In second place was Levi Weekman. In third place we had Savannah Maher. And in fourth we had Kennedy Wagner. Congratulations to those blue ribbon winners. Coming into the ring now will be our beginner or first year showman. And then just a reminder to our winners. So from grades 5 and 6, Jocelyn Edmonds. From grades 7 and 9, our intermediate, Piper Murfeld. And from our seniors, grades intermediate, Piper Murfeld. And from our seniors, grades 10 and up, Caleb Weekman. We need you all to come back for our overall champion showman immediately following this class. Just a reminder, as soon as we conclude this class, the winners from each of the other 3 classes are going to compete for the overall champion beef showman today. So don't leave when this class is over.
So you always learn new things when you're judging junior showmanship or beginning showmanship. The things you learn, depending on the questions you ask. The kids have done a great job. There's a calf in here named Ferdinand, who is in fact a bull. It is legal to put a bow in the hair of your calf if you've got a bow in the hair of your calf if you've got a matching bow in your own hair. I actually asked the young lady if that was cheating, and she said, no, it's not. It's adorable. I yield. It's adorable. Okay, fair. Point taken. I'll let. I did encourage kids, don't stop showing. That's one of the things I said to a person down on the end. If I stop to visit with you, you keep having a conversation while you're continuing to show the animal. Don't stop. To stop showing is to just check out. You're no longer with us, okay? The other thing I want to encourage you guys to do, and this is something in beginner showman, you're not necessarily supposed to know this yet, but you need to know it now. If you're going to turn your calf around, they've got a lot more body to turn around than you do. You and I can kind of turn and spin on the top, okay? With your calves, you need to take a nice big circle, go all the way out, not necessarily around the hole, pull right back in where you wanted them to be. If you ask them just turn around and spin on a dime, you're never going to get them to stand with their feet positioned the way you want them to, okay? So now this might show that there's a favoritism to the kids that are a little older in here, but let's face it, kids that are a little older that have decided they wanted to do this for their first time have probably also gotten a little bit more instruction, or at least they're to the point and level where they can take on that instruction a little bit better. So this is not a bias for older instruction a little bit better. So this is not a bias for older kids in a beginner showmanship, but it is the way it works out today. Okay, so again, the kids have all done a great job. I think it's fantastic they're here. I haven't said this yet, but I think it is so incredible that the Dodge County Fair has this number of exhibits in the beef and the dairy beef and the dairy steer classes and the showmanship. This is absolutely phenomenal that you have this kind of turnout. My kids exhibit in Dane County. Love Dane County in a lot of ways, but we don't have the show that you've got. We've got some good ones, but we don't have as many good ones. We've just got a lot fewer numbers. And so it's just so impressive to come to Dodge County. And I've got a nice history of Dodge County. I've got some good friends in Dodge County. Your livestock agent years ago was a really good friend of mine. I thought the world of that man. Still look at him. So I've got a lot of rich history with Dodge County. Enjoy being here. With that said, I'm going to place these four I've got left out here. The young lady here, she said it's her first year doing this. She's working at it. She's had some nice instruction. The two brothers, actually I asked them and they said, yeah, they're the brothers and all that. They're both doing a nice job. First year, of course, young lady on the end. These are all first year. Yes, they've just got a little bit more of that size, ability to handle an animal this size and to make it look like it's not going to be a train wreck and this size. And to make it look like it's not going to be a train wreck and all of that. So with that being said, it's all again about positioning and getting the animal to work for you and things like that. So that being said, the placing I'm going to put on these young people and just take it, with a grain of salt to date. Take what you learned this year, add it, do better next year. Take from that, add to it, and continue to excel in this. And I encourage you going forward. I've had a blast here today. But I'm going to let you go. I'm going to finish up, and I'm going to go ahead and place these four. So young man with the gray steer down there, you are going to be fourth in this draw. Your brother behind you is going to, the young lady back here with the pink, you are going to be third in this draw. Young man with the black steer, you are going to be second in this draw, and young lady on the far end with the gray smoke steer, you're going to be the champion of the beginning showmanship. Congratulations.
At this time, the winners of the 4 showmanship classes will now compete for the overall champion beef showman. So we will have the winner of this class versus The junior showman from grades 5 and 6, which is Jocelyn Edmonds. The winner from intermediate grades 7 through 9, Piper Murfeld. And our champion 7 through 9, Piper Murfeld. And our champion from the grades 10 and up, Caleb Weekman, will all be competing for the title of champion beef showman. The blue ribbon winners from that first year showman class were, in first was Elena Blaska. In second, we had Cashton Atkins. In third, we had Jaden Sullivan. And in fourth, we had Caden Atkins. So congratulations to those exhibitors. Senior showman? Caleb. Intermediate was Piper. Junior was Jocelyn. And this class is, I don't know what that, Elena? Is that what it is? Elena Blaska? I know, but I want to announce it correctly. Elena Blaska, is that what it is? Blaska? Elena Blaska, is that what it is? All right, entering the ring now is for our final class of the beef show today. Representing the senior showman. Let's hear it for Caleb Weekman. Representing our intermediate classes today. Let's hear it for Piper Murfeld. Representing our juniors, grade 5 and 6, let's hear it for Jocelyn Edmonds. And for our beginners, our first year, let's hear it for Elena Blaska.
So I'm not going to belabor this too long. I think, am I picking just a 1 or am I picking 2? Just 1. Okay. We're picking 1. And I told the young lady here that was in this class with the shorthorn steer, I told her, keep doing what you're doing as you go forward and continue to mature in this. You're going to have all the other exhibitors looking at you with a bit of a stink eye because you're always doing such a good job, and you're going to be a force to be reckoned with. The young lady with the black, is that a heifer? I think it's a heifer. Steer, one or the other, usually. The young lady with the black steer does an outstanding job, and of course she's having to do that with a brace on and all that, and I get that. No fun, young exhibitor and all that, and the young man, of course, with the butterscotch colored steer up there does a phenomenal job as well. I'm going to go ahead and use your senior showman for the showman overall. I think they all do a great job. My congratulations to each of them.
Congratulations to our overall champion showman for the beef show today, Caleb Weekman. All right, let's hear it for the end of the beef show at the 2024. All right, let's hear it for the end of the beef show at the 2024 Dodge County Fair. Great job, exhibitors.